A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the play and novels by Rose Franken, brought to you transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Hello, Julia. Yoo-hoo. Claudia, darling, did I keep you waiting?
Not at all. I just got here.
Good. Let's go right in and see about my hat.
Good.
It'll just take me a moment, my sweet, and then we'll go to the hotel for a cup of tea.
That'll be fine.
Mrs. Norton, good afternoon. We've been expecting you.
Good afternoon, Miss Eleanor. I've been trying to get down here for weeks. This is my sister-in-law, Mrs. David Norton.
Oh, so glad to meet you.
Hello.
Won't you sit down? You're looking very well, Mrs. Norton. Here's an ashtray. I'll tell Mr. Rowland you're here.
I would appreciate his coming right over.
I don't hardly see any hats around.
You don't?
Where I get hats, they're all over the place.
Well, hats are mostly made to order here.
Oh.
Claudia, why don't you get yourself a hat this afternoon?
Get one here?
This is the best place in New York. Roland and Francis have a superb winter collection.
But I don't need a hat. I've got a hat.
Which you're carrying in your hand.
That's where I always wear them. That's where they look best on me.
It's a very nice hat, but you can always use another.
I hate to ask, Julia, but are they...
No, they're not expensive here at all. For what you get, it's the cheapest place in town.
Oh.
Oh, what?
Well, it sounds terribly expensive.
You're a funny child. We'll ask Mr. Rowland what kind of hat you want.
He knows what I want?
Of course. He even knows what I want.
Oh, Mrs. Norton. One moment and I'll be right with you, Mrs. Norton.
Julia, I am not going to buy a hat. I don't think I want the kind of hat I want.
Well, Mrs. Norton, you're looking marvelous. Simply marvelous.
Thank you. This is my sister-in-law, Mrs. David Norton.
How do you do? So pleased to meet you. Well, now, hats, What kind of hats?
Every kind of hat.
I've got one special one that'll look drenchingly lovely on you, really.
Drenchingly lovely? I don't think I'd mind that at all.
It sounds like a rain hat.
A rain of inspiration, perhaps. Now, Mrs. Norton, the model for this hat is in fuchsia and mauve. But I shall have it made for you in chartreuse and olive. Much better for you.
As you say.
Of course, the young Mrs. Norton here could wear the fuchsia and mauve, but...
I'm not buying a hat, thank you.
Well, you're making a fearful mistake. Well, I shall fetch it for you. You're really going to love it.
How much do you think it's going to cost, Julia?
Oh, between $85 and $110.
What?
Yes, that's right.
For heaven's sakes. That's a third of the price for having a baby.
Well, you can't compare prices that way, my sweet.
Why not? It's the same money, isn't it?
Well, here we are. I call this one Surprise.
It's very gay.
And why not, Mrs. Norton? You should be very gay. New York in the winter just cries for this hat. Here, let me put it on for you.
Oh, you're sure it's not too big a hat for me?
Too big. If anything, too small.
How do you like it, Claudia?
It doesn't look like a hat at all.
And what more could you ask of a hat than that? Well, Mrs. Norton, just look at yourself.
Well, yes, I see what you mean.
Really, it is. If I must say so myself, it is stunning.
Yes, but how many things have I got that I can wear it with?
This hat, with everything, with nothing. It would dress up a hat rack. Oh, yes, that is your hat.
I like it. It's very mad. What else have you got?
You may keep it on, Mrs. Norton. Yeah, I'll be right back. I want to glean the shelves and ransack every nook of inspiration for you, but it'll just take me a moment.
It's all right, don't hurry. Well, Claudia, you haven't said very much.
Don't you hate having someone put a hat on for you?
Usually, but I wouldn't know how some of these hats went on otherwise. Darling, why are you here? Are you sure you don't want to get a hat?
I'm sure.
David would love it.
I don't think so. David wants me to wear a sunbonnet.
A what?
A sunbonnet. Isn't that what milkmaids wear?
You don't look the least bit like a milkmaid, and don't let that husband of yours tell you that you do.
It's the farm, Julia, at Eastbrook. David wants to buy it.
Oh, might be rather nice to have for weekends. Eastbrook's a very chic community. There's Nancy Riddle, of course, and the Frosts and the Frayling Hyacinths.
But, Julia, this isn't for weekends, it's for good.
Bury yourself in the country at your age? Oh, Claudia, you mustn't let him do this. In the first place, it's probably not a good investment buying at the top of the market like this.
Oh.
Why don't you have David speak to Hartley about it? I'll discuss it with Hartley tonight, and tomorrow have David call him. They'll lunch together, and... well, that may settle everything.
Oh, Julia, that would be wonderful. You don't know how much I appreciate this.
Nonsense. It's nothing at all. Men get this way, my dear. All they need is a little sense.
David's sensible, except for this. I suppose he wants it very much. You know, maybe that's why I've sort of not tried to talk him out of it, I guess. Only I didn't know it till now.
It's because you love David so much, you mean. Well, darling, that love is fine. But you can have it in the city, too. Hartley will settle everything tomorrow.
Well, here we are. If you saw these hats one at a time, you wouldn't think there could ever be another hat as beautiful. But we needn't fool each other, Mrs. Norton. So I brought you the 3 most beautiful of all.
Heavens, I won't be able to decide.
But don't decide. Take them all.
4 hats.
4 hats is nothing.
It's almost 2 babies, so how could it be nothing?
Yeah. Oh, I don't quite understand.
I do.
Mrs. Norton, wouldn't your sister-in-law like to try on a little hat?
Mrs. Norton, your sister-in-law, would not.
This hat is the only hat in the entire salon that I would recommend to you. The only one. It's just right for your features. It'll emphasize the ephemeral quality of your beauty.
Really? Well,
Go on, Claudia, try it on. You need a hat. And when David sees you in that, he won't try and stick you away in the country.
Maybe that is a good idea.
And this hat is only $66. A special price for Mrs. Norton's sister-in-law.
$66? It's so little.
Well, frankly, we're trying to lure you into buying all your hats here. And, of course, you understand that for $66, I mean, this isn't really an original. But it is one of our best models.
Well, I meant so little the hat, not so little the money.
You should wear little hats to match the tilt of your nose.
Go on, my lamb. Try it on.
Well, I'll try it on. No harm in that.
Just permit me...
But if you don't mind, I'd rather do it myself.
Of course, some ladies must do it themselves. But you're going to love this, Mrs. Norton.
I should think all that tulle and that large bow would be very becoming to you, Claudia.
How do you like it?
Stunning. Oh, really stunning.
Yeah, but that's not... Yeah, wait, that's backwards. Back to front.
You mean
It's all wrong? But it's so very becoming like that.
It's backward, but it's beautiful. Perfect. Just like that. From now on, it must be worn backwards. All hats with bows in front must be worn with bows in the back. Why, it's an inspiration. A whole new flood of inspiration.
Are you sure it looks all right, Julia? I didn't think I looked like me at all.
It is drenchingly beautiful.
Still, I guess I better not get it. It's too expensive.
Too expensive? You shall receive it as a gift. I give it to you.
But
You wear it backwards, and between you and me, we shall start an entirely new vogue that will sweep the country.
It's a gift? Oh, I couldn't.
Go on, take it, my lamb.
With all my grateful thanks, the hat is yours. Yeah, backwards. Always backwards.
David, you home?
Been home for an hour. Where have you been?
The tea with Julia.
Lemon or cream?
Sugar. Hello, David.
Hello, sugar.
Oh, you haven't been home for an hour at all.
What do you mean I haven't?
Your ears are still red from the wind, and your cheeks are cool. It's nice.
What's in that box?
What box?
The box you're not carrying in your left hand.
Oh, that box. It's a hat box.
But your hat is in your right hand.
That is my old hat.
Aha, now we're getting someplace. You bought a new hat.
Well, I didn't exactly buy it.
Not exactly, eh?
You see, I met Julia at Roland and Francis.
Who are they?
Hatters. Mad hatters, I really think. David, they charge $100 a hat.
You mean each hat? Well, put it on. Put it on, put on.
What's
It
the
better
hurry?
look good.
Doesn't have to look good. I didn't pay for it.
You didn't? Then
I was given it to lure me into being a customer.
are you kidding?
It is a joke, isn't it?
You took that hat under a false pretense.
But that's not the only reason. It was given me because I started a flood of inspiration when I put it on.
Oh, it sounds wet.
And because I'm drenchingly beautiful
Sounds
in it.
very wet.
Well, I like it. Whether or not you'll think so.
Oh, drink to me only with thine hat, darling. Put it on, put
You're
it on.
really curious, aren't you?
If it looks nice, we'll go down and pay the man for it.
We'll do nothing of the sort. It was a present. He'd be insulted. David, one thing first.
What now? Am I never going to see this gift horse of a hat?
I told Julia about the house in Eastbrook.
What'd she say?
She thinks she knows the place. If it's an old salt box, it must be a beautiful house, she says.
Julia has excellent taste.
She liked his hat, too. Just remember that. Anyway, Julia would like you to talk to Hartley before you do anything about the house.
Why?
Because she says he might have some very good business advice to offer you. He knows a lot about investing in real estate. David, the farm is a real estate, isn't it?
Yes, darling, it is real estate. I'll call Hartley tomorrow and lunch with him. No harm in hearing what he has to say.
Would you be influenced by it?
I might.
Whew, that's a load off my mind. Now I'll put on the hat.
Ah, and put a load right back on it, huh?
Julia says when you see me in this hat, you'll even change your mind about the farm.
Do you want me to? Don't worry. Nothing will change it now that I know you want it, too.
I don't think you're so smart after all. There! How do I look? Well, what's so funny?
You look like a milkmaid all dressed up.
David!
Oh, darling, it's silly. It'll scare the daylights out of the cows.
It's not for the cows. David, don't you like it?
Well,
Well?
of course I like it. You look wonderful. Very glamorous.
I do?
Like a Christmas tree.
Oh, I hate you.
Turn around.
Why?
Claudia, you've got that hat on backwards.
Backwards is frontwards for this hat.
I beg your pardon?
Backwards is what started the flood.
But I think you've got it on backwards.
Oh, you.
But I like you best of all. Backwards, frontwards, backwards. Any old way. Come here, hat.
All right, hat. Careful, David. You'll knock it off.
Who cares about a hat?
Not me, darling. Not me.
This broadcast of Claudia was supervised and directed by William Brown Maloney. The friendliest house on the block is usually the house with plenty of Coke in the refrigerator. That's the house that kids like to stop at, the house the neighbors like to visit. Yours can be such an inviting, hospitable spot if you keep the refrigerator well stocked with Coca-Cola. You can still get this matchless way to hospitality for only 5 cents. Mighty little to pay, you'll agree, for the pause that refreshes. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you, transcribed, with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes. on the scene. Crime photographer.
Got it. Look for it in the Morning Express.
Columbia brings you another adventure of Casey, Crime Photographer, written by Charles Holden and played by Scott Cotsworth. Casey H. Cameraman of the Morning Express covers the crime news of a great city. His adventure for tonight, Tooth for a Tooth. The city room of the Morning Express. Downstairs, the big presses are beginning to roll. Over in one corner, Henry Brower, one of the older rewrite men, sits at his desk, staring out of the window into the night. He turns as Casey, ace photographer of the Express, and reporter Ann Williams enter the room.
Hi, Ann.
Hello,
Casey.
Henry.
Hi, Henry. Well, say, what's the matter with you? Looks like you've lost your last friend.
Yeah.
You look sick, pal.
Oh, no, I'm okay.
Now, what's the matter, Henry?
Oh, I don't know. I got the darndest feeling. It's kind of a fear, Ann. It's like I'm going to be dying all of a sudden.
Die? Huh? Oh, come on. You're healthier than a master sergeant. What's eating you, huh?
Oh, I feel all right. It's not that. It's just... Did you ever feel that your number was up, Casey?
Huh?
You're about to check out?
Oh, now look here, pal. Talk sense. Hey, anybody make any threats on your life?
No.
Your finances in good shape?
Well, no worse than usual. Family my size, my salary.
Yeah. Well, I never did see how you could keep up, as a matter of fact. Hey, look, could you use $50 till payday?
Oh. No, Casey, thanks. Sure, you kid this fellow, but I'm all right. Shucks, I'm sorry I cried all over you. Forget it, will you?
That's okay, pal. Tell me, it's a funny fear you spoke of. It's got you. It centers around some special person, huh? Am I right?
Yeah.
Well, come on, Henry. You better tell us. It might help. Who is it?
Well, it's nothing I can put my finger on, Ann. It's a fellow I met 3 months ago. He gives me the willies. I wake up in a cold sweat and find out I've been dreaming about him.
Hmm?
Yeah. He's been nice enough to me, too. He saved me a big dental bill, for one thing.
Saved your dental bill? How?
Yeah. Well, he did the work on me himself. He's kind of a research scientist, I guess.
What's his name?
Renat.
Renat?
Yeah. He's got a country home out on River Road.
He's not an accredited dentist, though, is he?
Oh, no. He may have been once, but... I don't know. He's developing some new kind of metal for fillings. He offered to do all my dental work free just to try it out.
You should never have let him monkey with your teeth. Never let anybody but a real dentist do that.
I know, Casey, but... Well, I had a couple of teeth bothering me, and when he offered to fix them up for nothing, I couldn't resist it. Well, he kind of hypnotized me, I guess. He gives me the willies, I tell you.
Henry, do you mind if I look at your teeth?
No, go ahead.
Well, those just look like ordinary silver fillings. Not very skillfully put in at that, Henry. You know, this guy's got no right to go around doing dental work without a certificate. What's his name again?
George Renat.
Well, how'd you meet him, anyhow?
Well, my oldest boy, Rusty, works on a truck and delivers those big steel cylinders of bottled gas. You know the kind the dentists use?
Laughing gas.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, anyway, Rusty took some out to Renat, and Renat asked him if he knew anyone who wanted to have some free dental work done.
Funny thing to ask.
Well, yeah, they did seem a little screwy, but I had these teeth bothering me, and I was so hard up. Well, Renat seemed all right and said he just wanted a chance to try out his new type of filling. And said not to worry, that he knew dentistry.
I'd like to talk to that phony.
Oh, no, Casey, don't get so upset. There's nothing to do about it now. It's all over. And, well, besides, he made me promise not to tell anyone.
Well, no wonder. There are laws about unlicensed guys doing things like that. He could get plenty.
Now, this fear of Renat you got hanging over you, how do you explain that, huh?
Oh, that's just me. Nerves, I guess. I've had a lot on my mind. Bills and... You know.
Yeah. Well, look, why don't you sort of lay low for a day or two until you feel more like yourself? Stick around the office as much as you can, and if you do go out, don't go alone.
Hey, it's in the back of your mind, Casey.
Nothing. Yeah. As long as you feel low, just keep among friends, okay?
Well, all right. You know, I feel a little better already.
Good.
Yeah, well, I'll see you later.
Yeah, so long, Henry.
Bye, Henry.
So long.
Take care of yourself. He is really tied up in bow knots, isn't he?
Say so, Annie, you know something? Just twice in my life I've had guys talk to me like that, and inside of a month, both those guys were dead.
Dead?
Yes, sir. Annie, the human mind is a very funny thing. Another thing, this friend of Henry's, guys that aren't dentists, don't just go around denting or whatever you call it, just for the fun of it. They've got a motive. Annie, I smell something very screwy here. Hello, Casey speaking.
Hello, Casey. Logan.
Well, Logan. What's the good word from your homicide department today?
Now, listen, you know a guy named Henry Brower who works there at the Express?
What's happened? Did he disappear?
Yeah.
Jumping Gene Hudson.
His wife called headquarters here. He didn't come home all last night.
Yeah?
We've had an alert on him for over an hour. Hey, how'd you know he disappeared?
Well, he told me last night he had a feeling he was going to...
Oh, that's how it is, huh? Well, the bum took a powder, he walked out.
No, Logan, no, he didn't.
Don't tell me. Brower's got $3,000 in outstanding bills around
That
town.
doesn't make any
He
difference.
did a fade trying to duck payments, that's all.
You're nuts, Logan. He's the right guy.
Right guys don't do things like that,
But I
Casey.
tell you, Henry's got a wife and 4 kids.
Well, does that make it any better? Oh, he's done a fade, I tell you.
Sure, somebody didn't do him in.
Well, we'll check on that, but nobody had a motive. He was just an unimportant little guy. I say he got sick of it all, and that's how I'm going to play it. Okay, Casey, if you hear anything, get in touch with me, will you?
Yeah. Logan, I will. Okay.
We'll catch up with him. Bye.
Right. So the little guy's premonition was right at that.
Wow. How are you two?
Hi, Ethelbert.
Hi.
What brings you two here in the glare of the noonday sun, huh?
Why, Ethelbert. You know Casey can't think straight anywhere but here at the Blue Note. And besides, it's nice and cool.
You want something? You don't, do you, this hour of the day?
No, I don't. Maybe a beer. Yeah, give me a beer.
You can fix me an orange juice, Ethelbert, if that won't cost you your professional standing.
It's not a bad joke, Miss Williams. Not bad.
Why, thank you.
Say, speaking of jokes, did you hear that new radio comic last night?
Oh, no.
I almost died laughing. All through his program, he kept saying, so-and-so spelled backwards is so-and-so. Like once he said, we will now hear from our all-girl orchestra. Girls, make with the music. And remember, folks, music spelled backwards is P-I-S-U-M. Kiss him. You get it, Casey?
Do I get it? Good. Corn spelled backwards is Narak, I guess. Well, now, how about my beer?
Okay. Here's your beer. What's the trouble, pal?
He is thinking, Ethelbert, about the process of getting teeth filled.
What's the matter, Casey? You got a toothache?
No, I got a headache, Ethelbert. Very good friend of mine, Henry Brower, disappeared.
Oh, I know, Henry. You say he disappeared?
Sure has.
Yeah.
Well, how?
We don't know. Just dropped out of sight, that's all.
And we've got next to nothing to go on.
Nothing but my hunch that a quack that filled his teeth may have got something to do with this case.
A dentist?
Well, he isn't a dentist, Ethelbert. That's just it. He's some kind of a tin-horn scientist. Maybe a nut, maybe the crook, maybe both. I don't know. He did this dental work for Henry for free.
Who is this amateur tooth carpenter? What's his name?
A fellow named Renat. Lives out on the River Road.
Why don't you go out and see him, Casey?
That is definitely my plan, pal. I've got to do a little groundwork first.
Police headquarters?
Yeah. suppose I had to look over their files. I don't know quite where to start, though. Logan has decided that Henry simply took a powder and scrammed it. So, you know Logan, when his mind gets made up, it's like a sealed tomb.
Why does Logan always have to act like such a goof?
Maybe he'll be different this time. Remember, folks, goof spelled backwards is food.
Oh, Ethelbert, look, for Pete's sake, can that silly... Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Annie. I got it. Look, I got it.
You got what?
Well, I've got something to start on anyway. It really took that crazy gag to start my brain working. Goof spelled backwards is food. Ethelbert, what time is it?
Just noon.
Noon, eh?
Yeah, but remember, folks, noon spelled backwards is... Huh? N-O-O-N.
Yeah, Casey, that's the Tanner case you're thinking of. Colorado in 1931.
1931, yep, that's it. I remember it well, Logan. This guy Tanner was a cattleman. He was robbed, and then he was trampled to death by his own herd cattle, right?
Yep. And there was never any solution to the robbery.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Well, what's that got to do with Henry Brower's disappearance?
Well, don't look now, but I got one of my hunches, Logan. Two cases tie up beautifully.
Oh, Casey, I think you're nuts. You and your hunches. Henry Brower ran away, I tell you. He's trying to beat his creditor.
Logan, I tell you, Henry wouldn't do a thing like that. All right, now I'm going to find him. That guy is in trouble. I bet he could use a bit of help right now. Here, Faye. Take the candle.
Where is he, Renat? I don't see him.
In the corner of the cellar there. Come on. Well, Mr. Brower, how do you feel? Funny, but with that gag on your puss, I don't understand a word you say. Hey, don't try to struggle. You're tied up pretty well, you know.
What do you do if he dies, George? He doesn't look so good.
So much the better. Now, take that gag out of his mouth.
What are you going to do?
Ask him a few questions. Come on, take it off.
Okay. There.
Water.
Shut up, you.
What are you going to do to me?
Well, sucker, tomorrow is your last day.
You can't do that. I never did anything to you, please, Renat. I've got a wife and 4 kids. You can't...
Shut up, I say.
Give me just a little water.
I'll get him some, Faye. There's a glass by the laundry tub.
Okay.
Water, please.
You know what the police are saying about you, Henry?
No, what?
Well, they say that you disappeared because you owe so many bills.
Here's the water.
Now, Henry, I'll hold it for you right at your lips.
Please.
But before you drink, I've got one little question I want answered. Did you ever tell anyone about my fixing your teeth for you?
No.
Not even that son of yours, Rusty?
I did what you said. He never knew I came out here after that first time.
And nobody knows, huh?
Nobody. Please give me some water. Please give me... Yes, please.
I'll learn what I want to know, Faye. I'll put the gag back.
Oh, no.
Don't worry, sucker. Tomorrow it'll be all over. Come on, Kay.
George, do you think he did tell anyone?
No, I'm sure he didn't. I've had that guy scared to death ever since he first came out here.
Listen, darling, nothing can go wrong, can it?
Don't worry, ain't a chance, babe, because this time I'm taking no chances at all.
Oh, I hate the suspense. But I suppose this job will put us on easy street for the rest of our lives, huh?
That's right, baby. For the rest of our lives.
Gee, Mr. Casey, do you suppose the cops are right? Do you think Dad just ran away?
No, Rusty, I don't. I think somebody's doing him dirt, and that's why I came to you. You're willing to string along with me, are you?
Sure, Mr. Casey. Gee, I'll do anything to find Dad.
Good. All right, I got to start somewhere, Rusty. Your dad seemed to have a strange sort of fear of this fellow Renat.
Why, he hardly knew him. Just that once when he went out there with me. And besides, why would he want to hurt my dad?
It's a funny world, Rusty. As we don't know. All right, now we got to work fast. You got it straight, what I want you to do?
I can't go wrong. The nitrous oxide tanks have a blue label marked N2O.
Uh-huh.
The air tanks always have just a green label.
Good kid. And I can depend on you?
I'll deliver them out there in an hour. There we are, Mr. Renat. There's your regular replacement on the bottled gas. I'm a little ahead of schedule, but I can't always get out here in the country.
That's all right. I use that gas in my experiments almost daily. Hey, by the way, is your father turned up yet?
No, we haven't heard a thing from him.
Oh, that's terrible. Well, he's probably just up on a log somewhere, huh? I'm sure it'll work out all right.
Yeah, Mr. Renat. I think maybe it will.
Okay, Annie. That's Renat's house right over there. Now, look, you just stay right in the car. Don't make a sound. Don't get upset or anything like that.
Casey, if your hunch is right, Renat's a dangerous man. I wish you wouldn't go in there alone.
Never mind. I can take care of myself. Look, if I don't come out in half an hour, beat it to the nearest farmhouse and telephone Logan right away.
Will you let me go with you?
No, I got to play this alone, Annie. Now, don't you worry. I'll be careful.
We'll see that you do. Good luck.
Okay, honey.
Yes?
Does Mr. Renat live here?
Who are you?
I'm a friend of Henry Brower. He sent me out here.
You've been talking to him?
Yeah, you see, miss, I got a toothache, something awful. He told me that Mr. Renat might kind of fix me up.
Just a minute, please. Wait right out there in the porch, will you?
Yeah, okay.
George.
Yeah, baby? Who is it?
Guy. You know, he says that he knows Henry Brower, and Henry sent him here.
Henry sent him?
You're crazy.
I tell you, he said Henry Brower sent him.
Huh. Does he look like a copper?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, George, don't let anything happen.
Don't worry. Nothing's going to happen. Yeah, he might be a plant from the police. I'd better see him.
Be careful, George. Please be careful.
Don't worry. By the way, what do you want?
He says that Henry told him that he could get a tooth fixed out here.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah.
Let me doing his work. I'll make him pay for that. Okay, Faye. There's only one way to play it. Get this guy in here. I'll promise to fix his tooth, give him gas, and I'll knock him off.
You have to?
We can't lose a nerve now.
Oh, but darling.
Get him in here, I say.
Okay. Won't you come in?
Yeah, thanks. Mr. Renat, I got a little toothache here. I was wondering if you could fix me up.
Why don't you go to a dentist?
Well, they're not open at night.
Oh.
The thing started acting up, and I suddenly thought of you.
Yeah?
Yeah, Henry Brower told me about you.
But I don't do that sort of thing.
Don't kid me now. I've heard of a black market even in dentistry, eh, Renat?
I'm not a dentist, I tell you.
Oh, I know you're not a licensed one, but you could help me out. I got a really terrible toothache here. It's awful.
Well, all right, Mr.
Casey.
Oh, Mr. Casey. Come on into my lab. Maybe I can fix that tooth for you.
Right this way, please.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Now, if you'll just sit in the chair there, huh?
Well, just a plain chair, huh?
Yeah, that's right. I told you I wasn't a dentist. You'll have to put up with what I have. Now, tell me, where's the tooth that hurts?
Gee, I don't really know exactly. It's sort of a general ache all down the side.
Don't worry, I'll find it. There it is.
That hurts.
I'm afraid I'll have to give you gas.
Huh? Does that hurt?
No, not in the least. Here, just adjust this over your nose.
Like this?
Yeah. Fine. Turn it on, Faye. Now breathe deeply, Mr. Casey. In just a few moments, you won't be able to remember a thing. He's a phony, all right. He hasn't got a cavity in his head. His teeth are perfect.
I thought so. Is he unconscious?
He ought to be. I've given him enough for 10 men. You know, I think he's wise to it.
Oh, George, I knew this was risky. We should never have tried it again. We got away with it in Colorado, but, well, because you picked a nobody for the fall guy. But it isn't working out this time.
Don't worry. This Casey is probably a friend of Henry Brower who got suspicious of me when Henry disappeared. Probably just came out to investigate. Well, we'll soon fix that. We'll just get rid of Mr. Casey.
But how?
I think a little of that hypodermic of my own special formula there will do it. Yeah, there's one ready in the cabinet.
But you don't want two bodies to be found here after the fire.
No, brother, it's going to work out all right, Faye. We'll get rid of this slug tonight. Burn the house down tomorrow. We'll find Mr. Brower's body, whose dental work I fixed to exactly match my own. They'll identify him as me. You collect my insurance and meet me inside of 6 months in Havana. Everything just as we planned.
I only hope we get away with it, that's all.
We will. Don't worry. Now, give him some more gas.
Aren't you afraid you'll smother me?
Why? What? You can't do that.
No, you don't, you
George, look at you. Drug him.
Oh, my arm. There. Guess that'll teach you, Mr. Tanner.
Tanner?
Oh, you freak. My arm. You don't deny you're Tanner? Colorado, 1931. No. You're crazy. Ow. All right. I'm Tanner. Let me go. All right, now, Tanner, where's Henry?
He's I'll talk. He's in the cellar.
Is he alive?
Yeah, we haven't hurt him.
He's alive.
He better be.
Pick her up, you two. Come on, Reed.
Logan.
Oh, Casey, you all right?
Oh, sure, Annie, I'm all right, sure.
When you went inside, I couldn't wait half an hour. I just drove up to the next farmhouse and called Logan.
Yeah, I got here as fast as I could.
Well, Logan, my hunch was right.
I know. We followed you in. We were right outside the lab door. Then you heard?
Every word. Believe me, it'll be used against you.
We're gone, as Faye. You'd better not talk.
That's more like it. All right, keep him covered, Logan. I'm going down to get Henry.
Oh, Casey. It's great to return to the land of the living.
Yeah, from which Renat and Faye will soon be departing. Ethelbert, my fine feathered friend, the same, please.
And the drinks is still on me tonight.
You know, Henry is feeling much better.
I noticed that.
Yeah,
Coming up. You know, Casey, I still don't see how you pinned this whole thing on Renat. How did you?
Well, Ethelbert, I tell you, I was naturally suspicious of a non-dentist doing all that fancy dental work. You know, there's only one sure way to check on the identity, if you'll pardon the expression, Henry, of a well-burned corpse.
Yeah, I nearly was just that, too.
Yeah.
Oh,
what
brother.
this guy was doing was building himself a case, you see. He made over Henry's dental work to match his own. You see, Tanner tried that trick once before in Colorado, and he got away with it. He dressed some poor guy in his clothes, killed him, and then made it look as though he himself had been trampled to death in a stampede.
Then he studied dentistry, huh? But, Casey, when you was in the lab there taking that gas, what'd you do? Hold your breath?
Rusty worked that one out. He switched labels on the gas he delivered. I just pretended to be unconscious, Ethelbert. You know me. I was never unconscious. Was breathing plain air all the time. The only way I can think of to get a confession out of him.
Oh, but how'd you ever connect this bloke up with that case in Colorado? How'd you know he was Tanner?
Well, this really is going to kill me to admit it, Ethelbert, but it was when you were doing all that backward talk, you remember? And remember, folks, Renat spelt backwards is
P-A-N-N-E-R. Well, how do you like that? Tanner. Tanner? You're Tanner. Well, I'll be doggone.
been listening to Crime Photographer, written by Charles Holden and based on the fictional character of Flash Gun Casey, created by George Harmon Cox. Casey is played by Stotts Cotsworth and Anne by Miss Leslie Woods. Original music composed and conducted by Archie Blyer. And the Blue Note pianist is Herman Chittison. Crime Photographer is produced by John Dietz and directed tonight by Rocco Tito. Crime Photographer will be heard again next Monday at this same time, after which it will return to the air Thursday, August 8th at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time under commercial sponsorship. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next Monday at this same time for another fast-moving adventure with Casey, Crime Photographer. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Silent Witnesses. Yes, we have that Crime Club book for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on the shelf. Here it is, Silent Witnesses, by John Stephen Strange. The very unusual story of a letter that was registered by death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was early evening, and the blizzard that had been going all day gave no sign of blowing itself out. Mary Masterman didn't care. She was home in her upstairs apartment in the quaint two-story building in Greenwich Village. And she was comfortable. Too comfortable, as a matter of fact. Because in the midst of the mystery novel she was reading, the book dissolved on her lap. She dissolved on the sofa. And before long, she was sound asleep.
What was that?
Barney Gann talking, and I'm not going out on any more assignments today.
Barney.
What? Oh, it's you, Mary. I thought it was my city editor blowing the bugle again. Hi, Precious.
I've got to see you, Barney.
Well, what's the matter, honey?
I don't know, but I'm afraid something terrible has happened.
What?
I don't know how to explain, but I think there's been a murder.
You think?
Yes. Please hurry.
Where's the corpse, Mary?
Corpse, dear?
Well, you said something about a murder, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, where is it?
Barney, are you going to be mad at me?
Now, look, Precious, I'm not going to be.
You're so sweet.
I am hopping mad. Look, what's the idea of making me drive for an hour in that blizzard all the way from the Bronx?
To Barney, I was frightened.
By whom? The mysterious traveler?
I thought I heard 2 shots.
Huh? What's that?
2 pistol shots. They seemed to come from just below.
Frank Vaughan's apartment?
Mm-hmm. But I didn't really hear them.
What?
I was dreaming. I was reading a mystery book, and I fell asleep. And then...
Bing, bang. But it was all a dream.
It must have been.
Aren't you sure?
Oh, yes. After I phoned you, I decided not to be a scary Mary, so I went down to Frank Vaughan's apartment.
And there he was. Oh, how'd you do? And how are you?
Oh, don't be silly. I didn't go in.
Oh, of course not. Why visit a live lawyer?
I didn't even see him.
Huh?
I listened at his door, and I was satisfied. He was just moving around the apartment.
How do you know?
What?
How do you know it was Frank Vaughan who was moving around?
Oh, now look, Barney.
Maybe it was a murderer. Oh, Mary, you're lucky.
What do you mean?
Suppose he opened the door and seen you. What then?
Are you trying to frighten me all over again?
You scared me, didn't you? I thought you stepped on an author or something.
You idiot.
No, you idiot.
Do you still love me?
Well, as long as I'm here. Oh, baby.
Darling.
No sugar shortage here. All right. We've flirted long enough. Now.
What?
Fix me a drink. Then we'll go downstairs and tell Frank Vaughan about your dream. It ought to kill him for sure.
You must have gone out, Barney.
Yeah. He's even crazier than I am.
What are you doing?
See?
Barney.
Am I surprised? Does he always keep his door unlocked?
Well, how would I know?
I didn't say you should, Mary.
Then why did you ask? Just because Frank and I are the only tenants in this house doesn't mean...
Look out for that table.
I see it. Imagine Frank keeping that window open as though it was summer.
I better close it.
No, let's go back upstairs.
Wait a minute.
We've got no right to be here. Frank isn't home, and besides, I'm cold.
Mary, you said you heard 2 shots.
Oh, not that again. I told you I was dreaming.
You weren't.
What?
That's right, honey. Look at that wall.
A hole.
The kind a bullet makes. Where's my penknife?
What are you going to do?
Dig, baby.
But you can't.
Who says so?
Now listen, Bart. Oh.
What's the matter?
Over here by the fireplace.
Blood?
A broken cocktail glass.
Uh-huh. Well, here it is, Princess.
A bullet?
From a .25.
Well, then I wasn't dreaming. Oh, Barney, what happened here tonight?
I don't know, but I want you to do a little thinking.
All right.
Were there 2 shots or only 1?
I can't be sure.
You've got to be.
Well, it seemed like 2, but...
Yeah?
But I was fast asleep, Barney, and if there were 2, where's the other bullet? And where's... Oh!
Off the edge, Mary. It's only the second one. Yes?
Mr. Vaughn?
Uh-huh.
This is Mr. Masson, Thomas Masson.
Yes?
I expected to hear from you today about that offer I made.
Oh, did you?
Now, see here, Mr. Vaughn, I think I've been very generous. You know my stepsister Hilda hasn't got a case against me. She can't possibly break Aunt Helen's last will and testament. It's bona fide.
Then why bother to make offers?
As I told you the other day, I don't want the unpleasantness of a trial in court. And I'm not going to give Hilda the satisfaction of a cash settlement out of court. I'd rather do business with you, privately.
Yes.
Now, think it over. And you don't earn $100,000 every day. Goodbye.
Ouch. Did you hear that, Mary?
I don't believe it, Barney.
You mean the 100,000?
I don't believe Frank Vaughan would sell out a client.
He hasn't done it yet, Precious.
He wouldn't even think of it.
Such neighborly faith.
Oh, Barney.
All right. Let's go.
By all means.
We're going uptown to Ted Lassiter's nightclub.
Well, what's there?
Hilda. And when she opens her mouth, some call what comes out singing. I call it, after you, sweetheart. You see Hilda around?
No, but I see Ted Lassiter.
Where?
That corner table.
Oh, yeah. Forward, march. Doesn't look very gay, does he?
Maybe you know what's wrong with him.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Keep your eyebrows on. I'll show you.
Ooh, tingling with excitement.
Shh. I want to surprise him. You want to roll for the club, Ted?
Huh? Who said that?
Hiya, pal.
Oh, what's the idea, Bonnie?
Just trying you out, that's all.
Well, don't do that again. You newspaper guys. Anything for a laugh, huh?
Anything.
What's he got on you, Ted?
Nothing. Who's been telling you things, Bonnie?
Rumor hath it, chum, and when rumor hath it in this town, it's practically Winslow.
Yeah. You're a nice kid, Bonnie.
Thanks.
So don't believe everything you hear.
I'll make a note of that.
And don't talk about what you don't believe.
Sure.
Would one of you mind telling me?
Well, you heard what he just said, Mary. It's a lie.
What's a lie?
The blizzard we left outside. Where's Hilda, Ted?
She's in my office.
Mind if I go in there?
Yeah, she's
on the phone.
Oh, that's all right. I won't listen.
That's what I said, Barney. She's talking to her lawyer.
Frank Vaughn?
What kind of drinks you want, kids? On the house.
But, Barney, if she's talking to Frank...
Yeah. Scotch soda, Ted.
I'll get a waiter. How about you, Mary?
Oh, I feel wonderful. How are you?
Well, Barney, is she okay?
Perfect.
Then, what is she
You don't understand, Ted. We had a terrible scare about Frank. You see, I was home alone, and around 7 o'clock I thought I heard 2 shots in Frank's apartment.
You, what?
But it wasn't 2 shots. It was only 1 shot. Because after Barney came over, we went downstairs and investigated.
Where was Frank?
What? Oh, Hilda.
Was he there?
No, but what's the difference? He's home now.
Is he?
You just spoke to him, didn't you?
No, Mary.
Well, But, Hilda, baby, you were in my office half an hour.
There was no answer. You know what it means, Ted.
Maybe.
Those 2 shots Mary heard.
Only 1.
He had that letter Aunt Helen sent me just before she died. He took it home with him tonight. He was going to have a handwriting expert check it.
Maybe he didn't take it after all.
I told you I saw him put it into his briefcase. I was with him in his office up to 5:30, and I left the building with him.
Okay, so the handwriting expert checked it and Frank went out someplace. Now, what's there to worry about?
He didn't phone me, and he said he would. Tom would do anything to get that letter. He'd kidnap or murder.
What was in it, Hilda?
$3 million worth of evidence, Barney. My whole case against Tom.
How about some particulars?
Sure, why not? About a week before Aunt Helen died, that slimy stepbrother of mine got her to sign a paper.
A will?
Yes. She was having one of her bad days, and she didn't know what she was doing. But a couple of days later, she remembered something. The butler and the cook had been present when Tom gave her that paper to sign.
Witnesses?
That's right. And she couldn't understand why. Tom wouldn't tell her, and the servants didn't know. But she was worried. So she wrote that letter telling what happened and got the doctor to mail it to me.
Well, why didn't she give it to you?
I was in Europe. I didn't even know she was dying. By the time I got back to New York, she was...
Now, take it easy, baby.
The will was filed, and all I got was $1. $1! And Tom walked off with the millions. And now he's going to keep them. He's got that letter.
You don't know, Hilda.
He's got it, Ted. Not... So long, kiddies.
Where are you going?
Guess.
Your stepbrother?
Of course, it's the logical move.
I'm going with you.
Thanks, Ted, but I can frighten him all by myself.
Just a minute, Hilda.
What is it, Barney?
Your aunt owned a mansion on West 84th Street, didn't she?
Yes. She died there.
Anybody using it now?
Nobody. It's boarded up. Why?
No reason. I was just thinking about the housing shortage. Let's go, Mary. And give my best to your stepbrother, Hilda. And don't shoot without counting the steps to the death house.
You're absolutely crazy, Barney.
Oh, Mary, you say the nicest things.
You'd have to be to believe that Frank's hiding out in that house.
I didn't say I believe it, did I?
Then why are we going there?
To do a routine check. Look, Precious, there's something rotten in this state of Masson versus Masson, and it might be Frank Vaughn.
You're crazy.
Well, okay by me, but where's Frank?
I don't know. He might be dead.
He might be. Who killed him?
Tom Masson?
Just like that, huh?
Well, he had to get that letter, Barney, or lose $3 million.
There was only 1 shot, Precious, and we found the bullet in the wall.
I'm not so sure about that now.
Huh?
The more I think of it, the more I... Of course, I was asleep. But, darling, even so, would I hear 2 shots if there'd only been 1?
Well,
And that broken cocktail glass and the missing bullet, what do they mean? Those silent witnesses that something dreadful might have happened. Oh, Barney, I don't feel good about it.
That's why we got to keep looking for Frank Vaughn.
All right, but why in that house?
Because it's boarded up and out of circulation. If Tom Masson killed Frank, it'd be an ideal place to park the body. But if he didn't...
Yes. He'd want people to think that Frank had disappeared.
But if he didn't, Mary...
Step on the gas, Barney. We've got to hurry.
I hope you're not disappointed.
What was that?
Hallelujah. And on a night like this... Reach into that glove compartment, Mary, and hand me my flashlight, please.
A blowout?
In more ways than one.
Oh.
Well...
By the way, Barney...
Yes, my adorable one.
Why didn't you tell Hilda about that phone call Tom made?
Is that all you got to offer, Precious?
I just happened to think of it.
Well, if it'll keep you comfortable, darling, it was because she already had murder in her heart, and I didn't want to put it in her hands. Come on, honey.
Here's something we didn't think of, Barney. How do we get into a house that's boarded up?
That's easy. Show me a keyhole, and I'll show you a way to get in. And there it is, the front door. No boards.
I still don't see how you're going to do it.
Live and learn, honey. And there's so much to do about. Watch now. I take this pass key, pass it into the keyhole, give a turn like this, and presto.
Oh, full of tricks, aren't you? You can get into a lot of trouble doing such things.
Not such things, honey. Come on. Let's get out of the store. Oh, hand me my flashlight. Thanks.
It's nice and warm in here.
Yeah. Almost as though we're being lived in.
That does smell like coal heat, doesn't it?
Uh-huh. Let's look around. That room over there first. That should be the living room.
I'm beginning not to like this very much, Barney.
Oh, you'll get over it just as soon as we... Ah, it is the living room. Mm-hmm. So this is how the 10% live.
When they're living.
Okay. Let's try the rest of the house.
Barney!
Hey!
It's been locked in.
Let us out. We know you're here, Frank Vaughn. You'll never get away with this, you know.
Don't wear yourself out, Barney.
Yeah, but we're trapped. Don't you care?
You still have the pass key.
Oh, sure. I was just about to think of it myself. Precious little pass key.
Now, Barney, open it.
I can't.
But don't be silly. You opened the outside door.
Yes, honey, but it's not working on this one.
Well, now what do we do? The window's boarded up and that door... Couldn't you break it down?
That hunk of timber? Oh, I'm good, Precious, but not that good. Yeah, Frank Vaughan's a nice guy. He wouldn't sell out a client. Not much.
That could have been Tom Masson out there, Barney.
Sure, he was just waiting for us to get here.
Barney.
What is this between you and Frank Vaughan?
Barney, don't you smell something?
You bet I do. I smell a rat, and I...
Nothing like coal gas?
Yeah.
Well, where's it coming from?
I'll let you know in a minute. That hot air vent.
Somebody's trying to kill it.
You're not kidding. And whoever's fooling around with that furnace isn't kidding either.
Good night, Joseph.
Good night, Mr. Madison, sir.
But turn a corner and look what you meet.
Hilda.
Hello, Tom.
What are you doing here?
Cute, aren't you? Let's go to your apartment.
I have nothing to say to you.
Really?
Now, look here, Hilda.
After you, Tom.
All right. But if you think you're going to bully me the way
Step along, little man, or this gun will have something to say to you. I'm still after you.
Very well.
You're so rich now, you can afford to go out and leave the lights on.
Not your money, Hilda.
Where's the letter?
Letter?
The one Aunt Helen wrote me. I sent you a photostatic copy. So don't pretend to look as innocent as you look.
Oh, you want that copy now?
I want the original.
No.
Frank Vaughn had it and you took it.
This is too good to be true. So you've lost your case.
The letter, Tom.
I haven't got it.
Don't lie to me. Somehow you found out that Frank was going to take it home and have it checked.
Did I?
You murdered him and stole that letter.
Really, you're slightly out of your mind.
I'm going to kill you, Tom.
Now, look here, Hilda. Frank Vaughn was your lawyer. I had nothing to do with him except through my lawyer. I never even spoke to the man.
I want that letter, Tom.
You don't believe me. Well, how can I convince you?
Don't even try.
You'd be a fool to shoot me, Hilda. Everyone knows how much you hate me.
Nobody knows how much I really hate you.
Even if you manage to get out of this building, you'll be arrested sooner or later. Neither of us will have the money. Hilda, listen to me.
What for?
I'll make a deal with you. Give you $100,000.
Of my money?
Aunt Helen left it to me. It's in her will.
Who do you think you're kidding?
I don't care about that letter. You can't prove that Aunt Helen wrote it.
No? Is that why you killed Frank Vaughn?
I didn't. Didn't even know he was dead.
Oh, a snake can take lessons from you.
I'll give you $250,000.
All I want's the letter.
But I told you...
And I told you I don't believe it. Well?
All right.
Where is it?
I'll get it for you. Let's have a drink first.
What for?
To celebrate your victory. Won't take a minute. What would you like?
Nothing. From you.
Oh, come now, Hilda. How about some brandy and something? Now, you give me that gun. I'm gonna tell you. It was very foolish, Hilda. What will the neighbors think?
Oh, my wrist.
That's better. Now, Hilda, you want to know about a letter? I haven't got it. And I'm awfully sorry I had to ruin that beautifully made-up face of yours.
Just another minute, Mary. I'll have the boards off the window.
Well, hurry, Barney. It's coal gas.
No, there's some air coming in the window. It's a good thing you thought of that. Fireplace, great. How about a weapon? There. We're through.
Oh.
Come on, now, let's get out of here.
Oh, you don't have to ask me twice. Oh, did you ever see such a lovely blizzard?
Up to it, kid. We got a lot of work to do.
Oh, no. No, don't tell me we're going back into that house the front way.
Not this team. There won't be anybody here to go back for.
What do you mean?
Whoever tried to kill us is far, far away by now.
You didn't say it was Frank Vaughan, Barney.
No? I must be slipping.
You wouldn't be changing your mind about him, would you?
Oh, look, honey, right now I'm too tired to change anything.
What's the matter?
Let's get back to Frank's apartment and see if he's taken anything for a change.
His toothbrush is here.
Yeah, and shaving things. Mary, there's something funny here.
Is there?
Yeah, the brush is still damp.
So?
And the razor. There's soap on it. Hand me that towel, will you, please?
All right, but what's the rumpus about?
It's dry. It's a fresh towel, too.
Barney, would you mind telling me?
I was just wondering, Mary. Frank was a pretty neat guy.
Was?
He wouldn't leave dirty stuff lying around. None of it wasn't his habit.
Barney, if you're saying that Frank was murdered...
I'm only thinking, precious. Let's go into the living room. Frank was expecting somebody tonight. Or why bother shaving?
Well, Hilda told us, the handwriting expert.
Uh-huh. But would I shave for a handwriting expert? No. I would shave if I were expecting a beautiful woman.
Hilda?
Why not? How do we know that she was really trying to get Frank Vaughan on the phone?
We don't.
Might have been an act to impress Ted Lassiter, just in case she might need an alibi.
I don't get it. Why should she kill her own lawyer?
I didn't say she did, Mary, but suppose she found out that there was going to be a deal. That she was going to lose that letter.
I don't believe it. I don't believe Frank Vaughan was...
Yeah, I know. He wouldn't sell out a client. But there's a possibility that he was going to. And Hilda came here and killed him out of sheer venom and took back her letter.
And then what did she do with his body? Make a hocus-pocus until it evaporated?
Yeah, well, that's what I don't understand. Is Frank Vaughan alive and somewhere, or is he dead and... Mary.
I'm listening.
A little while ago, you said something about silent witnesses.
Yes. The broken cocktail glass and the bullet in the wall and the missing second bullet.
How about that open window?
Well, what about it?
This is a ground floor apartment, and that window faces the backyard. It's possible, Mary. It's just possible.
What are you doing?
Climbing out. Turn on all the lamps, will you, honey? I want plenty of light.
But Barney!
Mary, the lamp.
All right, but I know you're crazy. I just know it. I'll never believe what you're thinking. We couldn't have been running all over town while he was... Barney? Barney!
Stay away from the window, Mary. Yeah. Buried in the snow. In his own backyard.
But, Barney, of all the places to leave it...
Maybe that...
In snow.
Well, maybe that's all the killer needed.
But in a couple of weeks...
Somebody had to make it look as though Frank had disappeared. Somebody who had a lot to do with a little time.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Mr. Thomas Manson.
Yes?
This is Frank Vaughan.
What?
I decided to make that deal with you. Come down to my apartment and bring that...
But, Mr. Vaughan, I...
You still want that letter, don't you?
Well, certainly, but I...
All right, then. Bring the money. $100,000. That was the price, wasn't it?
Well...
Have you changed your mind?
I don't know what to say. But if you wish to talk to me, I'll pay you a visit. I'll be there in an hour.
Thank you. Goodbye. That's that. He's a pretty cagey guy. He knows something.
Is he coming?
So he said. We'll see. If he doesn't show up, then we'll know he knows we know. Or somebody knows. Now for suspect number 2. And such a cute little suspect.
Hello. Ted Lassiter talking.
Good evening, Mr. Lassiter. May I speak with Hilda Mason, please?
Okay. Who's calling?
Her attorney, Frank Vaughan.
Who?
Frank Vaughn. I promised to call Miss Mason about a certain report, but I was detained. Will you put her on, please?
Well, certainly, but she's doing a song number now. You want me to give her a message?
If you don't mind. Tell her to come to my apartment. It's very important.
I'll do that.
Thank you. Goodbye.
How lovely. Now all we've got to do is wait. And worry.
You stay here in the kitchen, Mary.
But why, Barney? You said the killer wouldn't come.
I've been fooled before, and I don't want to. Will you do as I say, please? I can't keep our visitor waiting.
All right, but you're cheating.
Be right with you. Sorry to have kept you...
Hello, Barney.
Ted.
You thought you fooled me, didn't you? You ought to take lessons in voice disguise.
Ted Lasso.
Back away from that door, pal.
Sure, but you don't have to point that gun right at me. I can have just as much respect for it if it were looking somewhere else.
Yeah? Where's the girl?
Mary? She's upstairs in her apartment.
You don't say.
She was very tired, and tomorrow is just another working day, you know.
You don't mind if I look around, do you?
How can I mind? But she would be in that kitchen. She got a kitchen of her own upstairs, and it's very, very cute.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to go up there and see it sometime. Okay, I'll search the rest of the apartment when I get through with you. Well, sit down, Barney.
Do I have to?
Well, I want you to be comfortable. You're a pal. You tip me off to things before the cops find out.
How do you know the cops didn't find out?
Where are they, Barney?
Well,
they'd be all over the place if they knew, and they aren't. They're not even hiding.
All right, Ted. You're going to kill me.
You were a nice guy, Barney.
Wait. Every dying man is allowed one last request. Will you tell me...
Why did I kill Frank Vaughn?
No, I just figured that out for myself.
Yeah? Well, that's good.
You dropped $50,000 in a dice game. The boys gave you 30 days to pay up, but they wanted collateral.
You got a nose for news, Barney. It's too bad it's going to be cold.
So you put up your nightclub. And then tonight, Hilda told you that Frank had taken that letter home to have it checked.
You're not wrong.
And that letter was worth a lot of blackmail money.
So I took it. Is that all, pal?
One last request. Did you collect on it?
Not yet.
Who are you going to talk to about it, Hilda or Tom Masson?
Tom. He's got the dough. Why bother with outsiders?
Then Hilda and Tom didn't know that you got it.
No. But Tom's going to find out tomorrow.
Oh, well. By the way, Ted, how'd you get that key to that house on 84th Street?
I borrowed it from Hilda's dressing room. Well, any more questions?
Yeah. Just one more. Nice work, Mary. You knocked him cold.
Oh, catch me, Barney. I'm going to faint.
Oh, hey, you can't do that, honey.
I never hit a man with a bottle full of soda before.
Well, you couldn't have picked a better time, precious. Oh, you wonderful microbe. Where were you when Ted looked in the kitchen?
I was under the table.
What?
And, Barney, that's where I want to be from now on.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Silent Witnesses, based on a story by John Stephen Strange. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Chet Stratton played Barney Gant. Sharita Bauer was Mary Masterman. Arthur Vinton was Ted Lassiter. Julie Stevens was Hilda Masson. And Ted Osborne played Tom Masson. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very exciting story of a ghost that haunted like murder. It's called The Sun is a Witness by Aaron Mark Stein. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we look for you next week. Oh, yes. Do you know any young American who doesn't like to play ball and take hikes in the woods with a gang? Sure, they all like it. But what about the youngster in his wheelchair? He'd like it most of all. But it's not for him. He needs special teachers, medical care, and a camp planned for disabled kids, if he's to have his chance to grow into a useful citizen. You can give him this chance through Easter seals sent to you by your neighbors during the month before Easter. It's new life and hope for disabled children. Don't forget them. Don't neglect them. Buy and use Easter seals.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Yes?
Mr. Vance, there's a lady to see in the outer office. She has no appointment. Will you see her?
All right. Where's Miss Deering?
Oh, your secretary's out to lunch, Mr. Vance.
What's the name of the lady who's calling on me?
I don't know. She can hardly talk, Mr. Vance. She just managed to tell me she had to see you. She's either awfully scared or terribly unhappy about something.
Send her in, please. Come in, please, won't you?
Thank you.
Sit down, if you will, and tell me how I can help you.
Oh, Mr. Vance.
Oh, it's quite all right. You're safe. Won't you calm yourself and tell me what's troubling you?
Mr. Vance, I saw him. I heard him speak.
Heard who speak?
My husband.
Well, that doesn't sound like anything to break you up this way.
But you don't understand.
No, I don't imagine I do. What's so unusual about seeing your husband and hearing him speak?
He's dead. I buried him 10 months ago.
Stop that, Flo.
Stop it. I'll stop it. I'll stop it when this plate cracks against your head instead of a wall.
You little devil. I
Keep
ought to...
away from me. Keep away from me, George. I'll let you have it with this lamp.
You wouldn't do that to your ever-loving husband now, would you?
Would I? You bet I would.
Take your hands off the lamp, sweetheart. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk to you the way I did. Honey, honestly, I didn't mean to.
George, why do you do things like that?
Honey.
Oh, George. George, how'd a girl like me ever get tangled up with somebody like you, huh? How?
Put your arms around me, Flo. That's the way.
No, darling.
That's me. And, honey, that's you. Put darling and honey together. What have you got?
Us. What a combination we are. We're either making love or making war. Married 6 months and not a dish left in the plate. I've thrown them all at you.
Your aim is bad, honey.
With a dish, maybe. But it's pretty good with a gun. And I got a gun. Only, darling, don't ever make me use it on you. I'll miss you so.
Well, Vance, it certainly is an unusual situation. That is, if Mrs. Miller was telling the truth.
I'm sure she was, Markham. I know it's no case for a district attorney. And I didn't come here to talk to you about it professionally. I am interested in your reaction, though.
She said she buried her husband 10 months ago.
That's right. And she was wearing deep black, Markham. Black dress, black gloves, black veil. And I checked with the undertaker who had charge of the funeral. She buried her husband, all right. The records show that a Daniel Miller was interred in Holly Oaks Cemetery just 10 months ago.
And his widow, who after 10 months reverts to her former status as wife, claims she saw him on the street. Why didn't she go up to him?
As she explains it, she was too stunned to do anything right then. By the time she recovered her composure, the man had disappeared.
What's your opinion of her story, Vance?
I believe it. I believe she saw a man she honestly thought was dead.
You mean a dead man has come to life? A corpse is walking around this city?
To all intents and purposes, yes. I promised Mrs. Miller I'd do what I could to help her. She's on the verge of collapse.
Yes. Well, call on me for anything I can do, Vance.
Thank you, Markham. If you think of any way a man could be dead and buried and suddenly come to life, let me know, will you?
Now, you two men know what I want you to do?
Look, Mrs. Miller, you told us, didn't you? What do you think we are, dopes?
She might be right.
We're always agreeing with everybody all the time. That's my brother.
That's right.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Okay, Mrs. Miller, you gave us the picture of your late husband. We got it. You told us where you think you've seen him on the street.
We got that, too.
We'll stick around that street corner till we see a guy who looks like the picture. And if we see him, we follow him to where he's living now.
That's right.
You see, she does it, too.
Now, look, I don't want any slips on this. I have an idea that some way, somehow, my husband has returned from the dead.
Hey, I don't like that.
Listen to him. He don't like it. He likes everything. I'll change his mind. Go ahead, Mrs. Miller.
He left me a lot of money when he died, but he's probably working now somewhere in the neighborhood of the street corner where I saw him. I want you to find him.
Okay, so we find him. Then what?
He was dead once. See to it that he returns to his former status.
Playing with that darn cat of yours again. Leave him alone.
Don't be funny, Flo. Keep reading your paper. Chang and I having fun. Come on.
Fun
Here,
with
boy.
a cat. Oh, brother.
Well, I've got to go to work in a few minutes, and this is how I relax. Besides, honey, he's a full-breed Persian.
Well, let him do something constructive with those hairs of his he keeps shedding over the rug. Teach him to crochet or something. Maybe he can make me a shawl.
He's a good cat, aren't you, Chang? Real good cat, huh? Yeah.
George.
Yeah?
You never told me
What's the
anything
matter?
about where you came from before you married me.
I was found in a cabbage patch.
Don't get cute. On you, it don't look good.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about this for some time.
Just a string.
You know, I don't know a darn thing about what you were before we were married.
What about it?
Don't talk to me like that. I'll bounce an ashtray off your head.
Now, look, honey, we said there'd be no
We
more...
said there'd be no more babbling if you talk to me the way I'm entitled to be talked to.
Kid, let's understand things. I'm your husband.
I think you love that cat more than you do me. Every time I think of you feeding him and brushing him, I could...
Darling.
Oh, honey, let's not fight. What were we fighting about anyhow?
You see, it isn't important. You don't remember. Now, come on over here, huh?
Okay. Get that lap of yours ready.
All right.
Oh, here we are. Oh, now I know why we fight.
Yeah? Tell me.
It's so good making out. Like this. I've got a few minutes, Mr. Vance. What's on your mind?
How good is your memory, nurse?
Well, I'd remember you if I ever saw you again. Who wouldn't?
Well, thank you. Nurse, about 10 months ago, a patient named Daniel Miller was admitted to this hospital. The records say that you attended him.
Miller, let me see. Appendectomy?
No. Tell the truth, I don't know what he was in here for. His wife told me that he was in this hospital a few days before he died. But he was removed from here at his own request and died at home, as I understand
I
it.
know the man you mean. Short, medium weight, dark hair.
I've never seen him.
Oh, well, anyhow, I know whom you mean, Mr. Vance. I remember him very well. Raised quite a rumpus around here about going home, and we finally met him.
What was the matter with him? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. He'd been poisoned.
Poisoned, eh? Well, that's something I didn't know. Accidentally, would you say?
Figure it out for yourself. When we told him what was the matter with him, he said something like, "She did it, finally. I want to get out of here. I'll take care of her in my own way."
Close the door to boot, Joe. You want the whole world to hear what we tell Mrs. Miller?
It's okay with me if they hear.
Everything's okay with you. Close the door.
Sure. Only it's a tight squeeze. There.
Hello?
Mrs. Miller?
Yes?
You know who this is?
Yes. ahead and talk.
She said talk, so talk. Shut up.
What?
Oh, not you, Mrs. Miller. Listen, we think we spotted the guy you want.
Where is he?
Well, that's a problem. We spotted him coming out of a building just now. Only he disappeared into the crowd before we could tail him.
Oh.
We'll get him tomorrow morning, sure. That is, if he works in the building, which he probably does.
All right. Sorry you lost him, but tomorrow will do. One more day isn't so terribly important when so many years depend on what's going to happen then.
Thanks for getting the official permission to investigate the grave of Daniel Miller, Markham.
No trouble, Vance. It might become something in my department after all, judging from what you told me.
About Miller's having been poisoned?
Yes.
I still want to know how he returned to life. In all my years of private investigating, I've never encountered that before.
You want to see his grave, is that it, Vance?
I want to look into his grave, Markham. I've talked over the phone to the man in charge of the cemetery, and he'll take us out to the spot where Mr. Miller is buried.
All that we need is for it to be raining, and this would be a perfect setting. Late at night, a cemetery, a corpse that walks and talks. What else do we need?
Some idea as to how this case will end.
It would all be so simple if only Mrs. Miller were lying about seeing her husband.
He wasn't. I'll personally guarantee that. Well, let's go. The cemetery caretaker said he'd meet me here at the gate. Do you see him?
No, but then I can't see anything at all. What was that?
Well, let's make it who was that. I'll feel better about it. Hey, who are you? Where are you?
Right here. Scared you, didn't I?
Yes, you certainly did. Why aren't there any lights on around here?
The people we got around here couldn't see very good if there was lights.
Well, Markham, you know what they say about a foolish question.
Yes, remind me to apologize to the tombstones as we pass. Now, look here, you.
The name is Mort.
Rather appropriate, too, in view of this setting.
Huh?
Mort means death in French.
He does? Well, what do you know? You must be Vance and Markham, you two, right?
Were you expecting anybody else?
Nobody I could talk to. Come this way, please. I'll show you the grave you're looking for. Daniel Miller, right?
Right.
That's correct.
Well, he ain't very important around here. Only 2 autos at his funeral. Now, you take that grave over there. There's a man who should have been glad to die. 22 autos, and the speech has lasted 2 hours. In the rain, too.
Doesn't it always rain at funerals?
Only seems like it does. Now, you take this grave over here. Kind of like this and like that.
Excuse
exactly
me,
what
Mort, but who were in the automobiles at Mr. Miller's funeral?
In the 2 cars? Well, there were a couple of men from a lodge he belonged to in one, and his wife was in the other. Crying her eyes out, she was. She did pretty good for the guy. Fact is, I ain't seen better crying this year.
Where is the grave?
A man in a hurry to get to the grave now. That's a good one, eh?
Yeah.
Well, it's right here. I dug it up like you told me to. Only I didn't touch anything.
Why not?
I wasn't told to. And besides, I wouldn't even if I was told to. I'm superstitious.
Markham, mark this day down in the book. We have now heard everything. Well, we've got a job to do. I'm going to hop down into that grave.
I wouldn't if I was you.
Why not?
On account of a lot of reasons, only one of which is important.
And that is?
There ain't no casket, there ain't no body, there ain't nothing in there.
What?
That's right. I dug up the grave like I was told to do, but I could have saved myself the trouble. Somebody else must have wanted what you fellas wanted and beat you to it. That grave was empty.
This is District Attorney Markham. The case we're working on concerns the reappearance of Daniel Miller, ostensibly dead and buried 10 months ago. When Miller's widow comes to Vance, she insists she saw the presumably dead man on the street. Logic or explanation for the case is completely missing, especially inasmuch as an examination of Miller's grave reveals no body. Vance has gone to check into more detail. We're at a loss to explain any other characters in this situation, including 2 men.
You know, I just thought of something. Us two guys keep hanging around on this street corner. People will think we're a couple of bums.
Shut up and keep looking.
I can look and talk at the same time. It's easy.
You're getting on my nerves of this job is. Nothing to do but hang around here watching a building. I'm going to get... Hey, Joe, there he is. That guy who just came out of the building, that's the guy.
It sure is. What do we do now?
We follow him. Only this time we don't lose him. Come on.
Yeah. Don't we call Mrs. Miller like she told us to?
We call her after we call on that guy who just came out of the building.
The shot came from this house, officer. I heard it. I called the police right away.
Who lives here, do you know?
Of course I know. I live next door, don't I? Mr. and Mrs. Ward live here. Came to live here just after they were married about 8 months ago. Fight? We used to fight all the time, day and night. Day and night. I've never seen...
The front door's open. Come on in. Hello there. Anybody home? Anybody home?
You see, there's nobody home. Can't blame his wife for not staying home much. Can't blame him either. She had the temper. She's always flying off the
What's
handle.
in that room there, do you know?
Oh, with the door closed?
Yeah.
That's probably a bedroom. This is my house. All these one-story bungalows built just about the same. Just about, I'd say. You take that...
I'm going to take a look in that room.
I'll go with you. I'm not afraid of anything, as long as you're here.
That's real brave of you. Now, just a second while I take a look in here.
Hey, that's a cat. Close the door. Close the door. I can't stand cats. I've never been able to stand cats ever since I was a little boy. I'll never forget...
Did you see what was next to that cat?
Well, no, I really didn't. I was so scared by...
That cat was standing next to a body. The body of his master, I'd say. And the master was dead, with a bullet hole in his forehead.
Hello, Philo Vance speaking.
This is Markham Vance. How many cases have you helped us solve, Vance?
Why, I don't know. Why do you ask?
Because we've finally been able to help you with one.
Oh?
Yes, a man known as George Ward, who lived with his wife at 10 Jackson Road, was found murdered a little while ago.
Yes?
Merely as a matter of procedure, Homicide Sergeant Heath took his fingerprints and checked them. He found that George Ward is really Daniel Miller, the man you've been looking for.
Well, that's very interesting. What were the circumstances of the murder?
Well, Ward, or Miller, was shot with a small-caliber revolver. When the police officer on duty came into the room, the body was being guarded by a gray Persian cat. It belonged to the Wards, I understand it.
I see. Well, thank you for calling, Markham. This is beginning to make some sense to me now.
It is?
Definitely. I believe I know what happened to Daniel Miller 10 months ago, but I'm not sure.
How do we find out?
How, Markham? Why, by finding out who killed George Ward, of course.
Let go of me. Let go of me, Copper. If I ever get in my house, I'll break a plate over your head. Let go of me.
Easy now, Mrs. Ward. Take it easy. All I want to do is take you downtown for questioning. Orders were to pick you up now that your husband was murdered.
I don't know anything about this murder. I was downtown shopping. I heard about it on the radio, and I came straight out here. Are you going to let me alone?
Sorry, Mrs. Ward. I got to take you downtown. That's my orders. Sergeant Heath wants you brought in. We understand you and your husband have been doing a lot of battling, and the sergeant...
The sergeant wants to see me, does he? All right, I'll go with you. Let me stop at the dime store first. I want to get a couple of plates to break over his head if he tries to say that I killed George.
Okay, Mrs. Miller. You heard the radio. Guy named George Ward was killed. That was the guy whose picture you showed us.
It sure was. It was his picture you showed my brother and me. We followed him to his house, a bungalow, and then we knocked him off.
And, now you want to be paid.
That's right.
It ain't wrong, lady.
Shut up, you.
Everybody tells me to shut up.
Now, look. You two followed orders. You did as you were told. But how am I going to be sure the man you killed was my former husband? Oh, dear, this black dress.
I could get you a whisk room, lady.
Never mind.
You got a point there, Mrs. Miller. You couldn't be sure that Ward and your husband was the same guy. Suppose we wait till tomorrow when you see the pictures in the paper. That ought to be proof enough for you.
Sure it should.
Sounds all right. Suppose you two come around here tomorrow night and I'll...
Nothing doing.
Nothing doing, lady.
Why not?
I don't know. Ask me brother.
Well, why not come around here tomorrow night? I'll pay you then.
Mrs. Miller, by tomorrow night you could be 1,000 miles away from here. You got what you want. You really are with her this time. All the dough the guy left, you know you can keep now. You don't have to worry about his ever coming back and throwing you out on your ear.
You're pretty smart, aren't you?
We sure are. I'm smart enough to know the score. No, lady, you're going to have company until them papers come out. Joey and me, we're staying here.
I won't have you in my house. I'll have you thrown out.
Sit down, lady.
You pushed me. You dared to push me. Why, I could have the both of you.
You go to the chair, too, Mrs. Miller. You hired us. Remember it. Oh, expecting somebody?
No.
Well, get rid of whoever it is.
Yeah, get rid of him.
Both of you stay here.
No, I'll go to the door. And I'll stay right behind her in case you get cute. Come on.
I'll stay here, huh? You want me here?
That's right. All right, Mrs. Miller. Open it up.
Mr. Vance.
Good evening, Mrs. Miller. I believe I have some news for you. May I come in?
Not right now. I'm busy.
It won't take a minute. There we are. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you might have had company. My name is Vance.
Well, change it.
Your friend isn't very sociable, is he? Seems to me I recognize him. Isn't he one of the Dilling brothers? The police are looking for them.
Vance, I've got so much to tell you, but arrest these two men. They're murderers. They killed a man known as George...
You've got a big mouth, lady.
And you've got big hands, my friend. I don't like women being slapped.
No? How much don't you like it?
This much.
Hey, what do you think you're doing to my brother?
I think I've already done it.
Yeah? Well, I can take
Stay
care
right
of you.
where you are. I don't want to have to use this gun. Now, suppose we all relax and we finish this business that was started in my office yesterday morning, Mrs. Miller. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry. These black dresses, they pick up everything. I was just trying to get some lint off.
You've got some of the lint off, Mrs. Miller. Your dress isn't entirely clean yet.
Oh, is there something else?
Yes, but it can wait. You're surprisingly calm, Mrs. Miller.
Why shouldn't I be? You're here. I have nothing to fear now. Have I?
I don't know. Did you ever meet a man named George Ward?
George Ward. That's the man these two brothers admitted to me they killed.
Why, you...
They said he was my husband. That's why they were here, and they tried to blackmail me.
You never saw or knew Ward?
No. Vance, I thought my husband was dead until I saw him on the street the other day. I never saw him again. Never. If he changed his name to Ward, I didn't know it.
That's entirely possible.
You believe me, then?
I believe that seeing your husband on the street was a great shock to you. I believe you honestly thought he was dead. I believe you didn't know he was living under the name of Ward. And I also believe you murdered him early this evening. You're entitled to an explanation of this case, and you're going to get it. The entire explanation. Will you tell him, Mrs. Miller?
You tell him. You're the genius.
Well, 10 months ago, Daniel Miller left the hospital knowing his wife had tried to murder him by poison. He went home and bribed an undertaker to bury an empty casket. That was to fool his wife, who was not in town at the time, but returned in time to go to the funeral.
Oh, that's what he did, eh?
Sure he did. But I got him just the same. I had to kill him. You hear me? I had to. I couldn't stand him when he was married to me, but it was worse when he was married to another girl. And I'd kill him again if I got the chance. I'd kill him again.
Take her out of here, Bert.
Right, Mr. Markham. Come on, you. Let's get going.
You'll never send me to the chair. I'll say I'm crazy. I'll say I'm insane. They'll never be able to kill me for what I've done.
Come on, out.
You only think you...
Well. Well, Vance, where were we?
We were talking about how Miller had himself buried in an empty casket, which he later reclaimed.
Yes. What happened after that?
Daniel Miller then disappeared and adopted the identity of George Ward, marrying another girl and starting an entirely new existence.
Uh-huh.
Then Mrs. Miller saw him on the street and realized he wasn't dead and might show up at any time to either accuse her of attempted murder or throw her out in the street.
So Mrs. Miller went to you.
That was a mistake. But she was so confused at the time, she couldn't even talk, much less think. However, she realized later she had to keep away from me. And she did, and hired the Dilling brothers to wait on the corner where she saw her husband and try and follow him to his new home.
As I understand it, they did. Then later came back to Mrs. Miller, who they insist didn't know where her husband was living. Vance, the Dilling boys wanted to be paid for the murder. Why didn't you think they did it?
I was sure Mrs. Miller did the job. You see, what happened was this. When the Dillings spotted her husband, she was watching them. She followed them in a cab while they were following her husband.
Sounds like a parade.
Mm-hmm.
That's how she found out where Miller was living, eh?
Yes.
You reason that she got into the house before they did, by the back door probably, and killed Miller. The Dillings found the husband dead, but they tried to get paid regardless.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We have Mrs. Miller's confession, of course, but I knew she was guilty because I saw that on her black dress there was a long gray hair. A hair that could only have come from a Persian cat.
Of course, a Persian cat.
Now, you had told me that the man who was murdered had a Persian cat.
Yes.
Well, the combination of circumstances couldn't be coincidence. Your laboratory has a hair from that cat and from Mrs. Miller's dress. I'm sure they'll match.
I'm sure you're right, Vance. Just as I'm sure Mrs. Miller has reached the end of the line.
And we've reached the end of the talking corpse murder case.
The Sealy Mattress Company presents... Calling All Detectives. A transcontinental train, $1 million insurance policy, and a salt shaker. Those are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. What is the real name of S.S. Van Dyne? That is the Sealy Mystery Quiz question, now worth $180. If the person we telephone at the end of the program can answer a question based on tonight's story, he or she will earn a famous Sealy Toughless Inner Spring Mattress, plus a chance to answer the Sealy Mystery Quiz question. So, pull up a chair and listen closely to Calling All Detectives. If there's one thing a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, ignores, it's superstition. The police photographer finished his grim work. Pictures of the body on the bedroom floor. The murdered man was Zachary Talcott. He owned a chain of newspapers, and when he was alive, millions of people read his daily editorials. Now that he'd been shot through the heart, millions wanted to know who killed him. One of them was John Cooley, head of the investigations department of Consolidated Insurance, which is why I was at Talcott's apartment that muggy autumn morning. Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide strolled over to me. I was sitting in the living room at a table that had been set for dinner for two. A dinner that had never been eaten. Dawson sat down alongside of me.
Jerry, this dinner table shows that Talcott was expecting a guest last night. When he was shot, he fell forward, broke his pocket watch. It stopped at 20 minutes past 8. It's 9:30 a.m. now, and the rigor mortis condition of the body indicates that Talcott has been dead a little over 12 hours. Angeline Walker's been going with Talcott. If she has no alibi for 8:20 last night, she's halfway to the chair.
Talcott wanted to marry Angeline Walker. Why would she kill him? Dawson mopped his brow.
I'll have all the answers after she confesses. Talcott certainly kept it hot in here. I'll tell the boys to open a few windows.
I stayed at the table and reflected that if Angeline Walker was guilty, my client would have to pay Talcott's beneficiary $1 million on the policy. The beneficiary was Harvey Considine, Talcott's nephew, and at the moment on a train bound for the West Coast. There was a salt shaker at my elbow. I picked it up, idly let the salt pour out in a swift stream on the tablecloth. There's an old superstition that spilled salt is supposed to spell out the name of a murderer. All this heap of salt did was make a mess on the tablecloth. And when I traced some figures in the dry stuff, what I wrote was $1 million.
Friends, it doesn't take a detective to discover the finest mattress that ever put the handcuffs on insomnia. S-E-A-L-Y spells Sealy, and Sealy mattresses spell S-L-E-E-P. Refreshing, restful sleep that helps you and your family feel better, look better, work better. Sealy mattresses are tuftless, buttonless, pumpless, smooth as sleep itself. And only Sealy has that inner magic, the Miracle Mesh Protector. It's the patented construction which eliminates spring feel, stops shifting of padding, halts sagging or lumping, and improves resilience as it preserves restful comfort. Yes, this Sealy exclusive does away with mid-mattress sag and side sag, too. Sealy mattresses are healthfully firm, yet surface soft with just enough give to give you the right rest. You sleep on a Sealy, not in it. So say Sealy and really invest in true rest. Stop counting sheep. Count on Sealy for years and years of rest that's right every night. Sleeping on a Sealy is like sleeping on a cloud. And now, back to Jerry Browning.
When a wealthy newspaper publisher was murdered, suspicion centered around a woman named Angeline Walker. Dawson arrested Angeline Walker about 2 hours after Talcott's body was found, rushed her off to jail. She refused to give an alibi. I sat alongside Dawson's desk and looked unhappy. Dawson, I think you've been hasty. Angeline Walker hasn't admitted anything. We know that she refused to marry Talcott at least twice, and she had nothing to gain by killing him. Dawson grinned at me.
Jerry, you're worrying about Consolidated Insurance's $1 million policy. You'd like to involve Harvey Considine, even though he was on a train 8 hours before Talcott died. The only thing you got against Considine is that he inherits Talcott's money and gets the policy benefits.
The man who walked into Dawson's office was tall, thin, and determined. Lieutenant, I'm Pete Loring, Publicity Director for Pure Test Food Products. Angeline Walker was with me last night from 7 o'clock on. Dawson smiled.
Yeah? Why didn't you say so?
Because we were married last night by a justice of the peace over at Portstown. We wanted to keep it secret because her folks don't approve of me, but we didn't figure on keeping it this secret. Dawson's jaw sagged and his face turned from pink to deep purple. One phone call to Portstown, and 1 hour later, Angeline Walker and her husband left police headquarters, and Dawson was left holding the bag. I fell into step with Dawson as he emerged from the police commissioner's office. Dawson, that was a mistake anybody could have made. Now let's think of Harvey Considine. He's the only man who stands to gain anything by Talcott's death, and what he stands to gain is a fortune. Dawson opened and closed his mouth a couple of times, but no sound came out. Whatever the commissioner had said to him, it must have been pretty searing. Finally,
Jerry, Considine is on the Sunshine Limited. We know that. He boarded the train here 8 hours before Talcott was killed. He's been riding ever since, and right this minute he's still on the train someplace in Utah. Jerry, he's got the world's best alibi, and if I stick my neck out again, the commissioner will purely lop my head off.
I argued with him the length of the corridor. Dawson, I figure all that stuff at the apartment was a setup. The dinner table, the broken watch in Talcott's pocket, a lot of stuff indicating that Talcott was killed around 8:30 last night. Well, as a matter of fact, he might have been killed many hours earlier. The body wasn't discovered until 9 o'clock the following morning, so there's no knowing when he was killed. Dawson shook his head sadly.
I thought of all that, Jerry, but the autopsy report is absolute. Rigor mortis determines how long the body's been dead. That rigor mortis is determined by the condition of the body, the temperature of the room, and a lot of other scientific stuff there's no arguing with. Jerry, the lab says Talcott was killed at 8:30 last night, and by that time Harvey Considine was almost 500 miles from here on that train.
I shrugged. Okay, Dawson. Far be it from me to argue with the lad. But how about you and me going back to Talcott's apartment and taking another look around? It was about 6 o'clock at night when we entered the apartment. The body was gone, of course, but otherwise the place was just as it had been that morning. The table was still set for the dinner that had never been eaten, and the air in the apartment was just as muggy and oppressive as it had been that morning. We puttered around the place for perhaps half an hour, found nothing that the eagle eyes of the homicide squad experts had missed. After a while, I sat down again at the table. There was a caked puddle of salt on the tablecloth. I picked up the salt shaker as I had that morning, tilted it over. Nothing came out of it, so I unscrewed the top. It was about half full of salt, all of it caked in a soggy, compact mass from the dampness. I stared at it. That's funny. This morning, this salt flowed freely, and it was just as damp in here as it is now. Dawson, this is very funny.
Jerry, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not sure that I do either. But just for the fun of it, let's talk to whoever's on the service elevator. We found the service elevator operator, and I asked him, was anything taken out of Mr. Talcott's apartment early this morning? For instance, like an air conditioning unit?
Why, yes, now that you mention it, the Frost Air Service people were around here at 8 o'clock this morning. They said they had a call last night to pick up the air conditioning unit and put a new motor in it. Well, they didn't steal it, did they?
No, they didn't steal it. I turned to Dawson. Talcott's body was in the bedroom, the air conditioning unit in the living room. And that changes all the factors that determine when rigor mortis sets in. Dawson, I think you'd better wire ahead and have Harvey Considine taken off the Sunshine Limited. Considine was guilty, of course. He'd killed Talcott just before taking his train at noon, counted on the powerful air conditioning unit to throw out all the factors on rigor mortis. Then he arranged with the service company to pick the unit up the first thing in the morning, knowing that the maid would not arrive and find the body until an hour later. It was a clever stunt, and might have worked if it hadn't been for the salt that ran freely in the still dry air of the morning and had caked by that night. Like I said, I don't go along with any superstitions, but I know at least one murderer that spilled salt sent to the chair.
Jerry Browning will make that phone call, and we'll have the Seeley Mystery Quiz in a moment. Meanwhile, Jerry, some mornings does your back feel as though you'd like to give it back to the Indians? Then, friend, you haven't discovered the new Seeley mattress, the Seeley Orthopedic Firm Arrest Inner Spring Mattress. It's America's most modern mattress, approved by the American Medical Association, and scientifically made to give relief from backache due to sprains or muscular distension. Yes, the Seeley Orthopedic Inner Spring Mattress combines gentle, firm, non-sag support with all the restful comfort of the most luxurious inner spring mattress. It's patented and perfect for all who want refreshing sleep and all who need healthful, gentle back support. Get this sensational Seeley Orthopedic Inner Spring at your favorite furniture or department store. You'll sleep on it, not in it. Your back will thank you, and like all who enjoy Seeley sleep, you're sure to agree. Sleeping on a Seeley is like sleeping on a cloud. Now it's time for the Seeley Mystery Quiz. What's our first number tonight, Jerry?
Well, George Bauer, we're trying Danube first. D, A, 6, 2, 6, and here are the rest.
Well, Jerry, just what's the question about tonight's story?
In what town were Angeline Walker and Pete Loring married?
All right, and if the listener we phone can answer that question, he or she will earn a Seeley Tuftless Inner Spring Mattress, plus an opportunity to answer the Seeley Mystery Quiz question, now worth $180.
And incidentally, if you were talking to me before... Oh, hello. This is Jerry Browning calling from WGN on the Seeley Calling All Detectives program. If you answer my question about tonight's story, you can earn a nationally advertised Seeley Tuftless Inner Spring Mattress, plus an opportunity to answer the Seeley Mystery Quiz question, now worth $180 in cash. What is your name, please? Mrs. Anthony Amato? All right, Mrs. Amato, here's your first question. In what town were Angeline Walker and Pete Loring married? Oh, I'm very sorry you don't know that, Mrs. Amato, but Seeley Mattress Company is going to send you a consolation award worth $5. Thanks very much, and good night.
I believe we have time for another call, Jerry.
Yes, we do.
Or
and
were you
Bishop
just going
is
to
it.
say that?
I was going to. B, I, 7, O, 3, and there are the rest. Incidentally, as I was starting to say before, if you were asking me about my back, that's a silly question. I've been sleeping on a Seeley for over a year. And it certainly is a pleasure to have Seeley back with us on the program, too. Oh, I hope we start ringing soon.
What exchange are we in now, Jerry?
It's Bishop. Well, it started to do something, and then we had silence. Now it's ringing. Possibly these people are... Hello. Is your mother there? That's a little girl, I think. Little girl or little boy. Hello. This is Jerry Browning calling from WGN on the Seeley Calling All Detectives program. If you answer my question about tonight's story, you can earn a nationally advertised Seeley Toughless Inner Spring mattress and an opportunity to answer our Seeley mystery quiz question, which is worth $180 in cash. What is your name, please? Mrs. Schaefer? Well, here's the question, Mrs. Schaefer. In what town were Angelin Walker and Pete Loring married? Oh, I'm very sorry you don't know that, Mrs.
Well,
Schaefer.
the Seeley mystery quiz question. All right.
The correct answer was Portstone, Mrs. Schaefer.
The question remains, what is the real name of S.S. Van Dyne? Tomorrow's award for the Seeley mystery quiz question will be $200, so keep listening. Remember, too, that sleeping on a Seeley is like sleeping on a cloud. Pleasant dreams. This is WGN Chicago 11.
By transcription. The Mutual Broadcasting System proudly presents Mr. District Attorney. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney, transcribed, starring Jay Jostin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
In a moment, Mr. District Attorney, but first, you know, one of the best ways to send food and clothing abroad is through CARE. This way is efficient, economical, and on a person-to-person basis. For CARE offers a wide variety of packages to fill many needs. There's the food package, which is designed to supplement the rations of a family of 4 for a month. The contents are chosen to meet most basic shortages and to combine with available foods to make nationally preferred dishes. You know, you can send a parcel that contains enough food to feed a baby for 1 month, and each CARE package is delivered to the family chosen by you. If you do not know someone abroad you would like to help, you may designate a category, such as a French orphan or Greek farmer. Delivery of your package is quick. Orders placed in the U.S. or air cargo to designated countries where deliveries are made from local CARE warehouses. Signed receipts obtained upon delivery are mailed back to you. For further information about CARE packages, contact your nearest CARE office. This message is brought to you as a public service.
Just a minute, I'm coming. Yes, look at... Mother.
Surprise, kid.
Trixie,
Come in, why don't you? Make yourself to home. Thanks, kid, I will.
But...
Good grief, look at you. You're even skinnier than I thought. And what's this Mr. and Mrs. Taylor routine on the door? I chased all over town finding you, Nora.
I'm married.
Your what?
Ed, my husband's at work. He'll be...
Stop mumbling, child, and stop gaping, will you? It's me, all right. So you're married. Legal?
Trixie, you can't come here like this. You just can't.
Well, I must say that's a fine way to greet your mother. And me coming straight here the minute they slammed the doors behind me.
I didn't know. I hadn't kept track.
Ever hear of good behavior? You just keep your nose clean up there and they let you out early. Oh, I'm on pro, sure, but that's a cinch. I can con my way through that like a breeze.
On probation?
Yes, probation, that's what they call it. I got to report to some monkey to prove I'm going straight.
Look, Trixie, you can't stay here. You don't understand. Ed is...
Ed? Oh, that's the sucker you hooked, I take.
Don't you see, Ed is kind of...
You know all about your sweet old mother, kid?
My mother is dead.
I ought to bust you in the lip for that one. So you didn't tell him, huh? How long you been hitched?
We were married in 1950.
What's his racket? Does he work?
He drives a milk wagon.
A milk wagon? What's the angle?
There isn't any angle. We furnished this place on part of his savings. We put most of it in the bank, so we... You wouldn't understand.
Did you tell him your old lady was in stir?
I just never mentioned you.
Trusting dope, isn't he? But you didn't tell him I was dead.
I just didn't say anything.
What time's he due home?
Tonight, 6:30 usually.
Good. That gives us a couple of hours to dope out something to tell him.
Dixie, you can't stay here, do you hear me? You can't.
Now, stop yapping, will you? I can handle your Ed all right. And, you better drop that Trixie routine. From now on, it's Mother. And mothers come home to stay.
I'm reminded in passing of the celebrated remark made by Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes when in his decision in the Supreme Court he said, quote, I'll have to find that quote for you, Miss Miller. It's in volume 23, I believe. 23-290.
I'll have it brought in from the library, Chief.
All right, fine.
Oh, you busy, Chief?
Oh, come in, Harrington.
Hi.
I think we'll give it up for the moment, Miss Miller.
Right, Chief. I'll get this much typed up this afternoon.
Oh, something important, Chief? I can come back.
It's nothing special. Just a speech for the university.
Why, it is, too. Haven't you heard, Harrington? The Chief's going to talk to a whole convention of criminal lawyers.
What? Yes, do you think I look dignified enough for it, Harrington?
Well, you sure didn't in that baseball game at the picnic yesterday. How's the old back this morning?
Well, the phrase, I think, is, oh, my aching back. Boy, it's appropriate. I'm afraid my pitching days are over.
Oh, boy, you ought to see Brophy.
Yeah?
He's tied up like that escape artist they used to throw into Hudson River.
Oh, Houdini.
Oh, thank you, Miss Miller. I'm surprised you remember. oh, that reminds me about Brophy, I mean.
Yes?
Guess who turned up on the probation list this morning, Chief? I had her assigned to me, too.
This morning? Well, I haven't seen the sheet.
Trixie Norris.
Norris?
Oh, Chief, you remember that old trouble-proof Trixie? Got the itchiest fingers in town? She went up on a dead right when we cleaned out Lippy Defense.
Oh, yes, I remember. So she's out, is she?
Yeah, going straight, she says. I've heard that before, too. Trixie couldn't go straight if she was riding up in an elevator.
Well, give her a chance anyway, Harrington.
Oh, well, you know me, Chief. I won't hound her, but I ain't letting her far out of my sight either. She'll be up to something before long. You wait and see.
Ed, dear boy, you look tired. Let me get you your slippers, huh?
Oh, don't bother, Mother Norris. Matter of fact, I'm going to turn in.
Oh, now, Ed, if you and Nora have something planned, don't let me interfere. I wouldn't get in your way for the world.
You? Why, we're glad you're here, Mother. When you're so young, acting, and spry. It's just like I was telling the boys down at the dairy. I said,
Ed, you want to go to a movie?
Oh, you got the dishes all done, Nora?
To a movie, indeed. Ed's going to get a good night's sleep, aren't you, son?
Well, I sure could use it, Mother. Oh, I have to get up awful early.
You just run along to bed, and I'll see that the house is just as quiet as a mouse. Oh, not you, Nora, dear. Mother wants to have a little talk with you.
Talk about what?
Just little things, dear. Say good night to Ed now.
Well, night, honey. Night, Mother Morris.
Good night, dear boy. Sleep tight.
Good night.
Of all the squares.
Trixie, I insist that you get up.
And if you call me Mother Norris, I'll crack you in the teeth.
Look, I've been thinking.
You've been thinking. What won't they dream up next? Listen, Nora, I need more money.
But I gave you $5 this morning.
$5? Come out of the bush league, will you? I need real dough.
Trixie, I haven't got it. I told you.
Ed has. What about all the savings he's got stashed in the bank?
That's for something else.
And what's more important than your mother?
I told you. If there's a baby.
A baby? Well, I'll be. Now, listen, kid. That bank account. It's in both your names, huh?
Yes, but I don't see what that's got to do with it.
You don't see nothing. You know what that worm is doing to you? Take my advice, girl, and do something about it before you lose him.
Before I lose him, Ed?
I don't mean Milton Berle. This boy's on the run.
Oh, that's crazy.
Is it? He's got a dame in every cottage on his milk route. You better wake up and face it.
You keep saying that, and it isn't true,
I know men, Nora. You're losing him, kid. You think he's working when he doesn't come home all day?
I told you he has to work in the dairy after he gets through delivering.
That's a fancy name for it, all right.
Oh, I'd die if I lost Ed. I'd just die.
Look, you want some good advice, kid? And so help me. I've seen it work time after time.
Seen what work?
When your man's getting away from you, Nora, there's one sure way to get him back. Make him sick, kid. That's the answer.
Sick? I don't understand.
All right, so I'll draw pictures. When a man's helpless, you can get to him, see? Mother him, nurse him, make him see how much he needs you.
Yes, but...
And when a man's sick, he is helpless. You get it?
Yes, but Ed isn't sick. He's stronger than us.
Oh, there's ways to make people sick, you know.
There are?
Get me some of that rye out of the cupboard like a good girl, and I'll tell you just how this thing goes.
Mr. District Attorney continues in a moment, but first, here's your opportunity to help put your favorite unsung football player into the limelight, to give your college recognition by voting for its outstanding player. All you have to do is cast your vote in Harry Wismer's exciting campaign to select the All-College All-America football team. Voting is going on right now. You can learn all about it on the Sports 10 program heard every weeknight. The campaign is a chance for little-known players of any college, large or small, to achieve the prized rank of All-America. But every fan must do his part and cast his vote. You'll want to round up all the ballots you can for your favorite. So tell all your friends to listen to Harry Wismer's Sports 10 program for complete details. Your college can gain national honors through your selection for the All-College All-America football team. Don't miss this chance to let your opinions be heard in a national campaign. Learn all the details of the All-College All-America football team selection on Harry Wismer's Sports 10 program, heard every weeknight over most of these stations.
Hey, Trixie. Hey. Hiya, Trixie. Hey, wait a second, will you? What's your hurry?
Huh? Oh, it's you. I thought it was a beautiful morning.
Oh, now, that's no way to greet an old friend, Trixie.
Look, Harrington, I report to you on Mondays. This is Wednesday. Stop following me, will you?
I'm not tailing you, Trixie. I was just standing here on the corner. You passed by, that's all. It's okay to say hello to a pal, ain't it?
You and me, pals.
Well, ain't we?
You know, you old goat, it's too bad you're a cop. We might hit it off at that.
Yeah, we might. Are you still living with your daughter, Trixie?
And why not?
No reason. I'm just interested, that's all.
Sure, I'm living with her. Her and her husband. Should I tell you a secret, Harrington?
If you want it.
We bought a press, see?
Huh?
We're making $3 bills.
No kidding.
Buy the basketful, copper. Drop up sometime. I'll give you a fistful and you can put it on a horse.
Oh, you playing the horses these days?
Funny, aren't you? Rule for 94. People on pro don't gamble. Do they, Harrington?
So you're really hitting the old straight and narrow, huh, Trixie?
Buy me a beer sometime and maybe I'll tell you all about it.
You know, I think you would at that. You're quite a gal, Trixie.
Oh, I'll bet you say that to all your pro kids. Go on back to the DA, Sonny, and tell him little Trixie is flying high, see? High, wide, and straight. Get it?
I'll tell him, Trixie, and you know he'll be glad to hear it.
That's right. Well, see you around.
Yeah, sure, Trixie. You'll see me around. Street corners, middle of the block, practically any place that you happen to be.
Call Ed, dear. Everything's on the table.
Trixie, no, I'm scared.
Call him, you little fool. Oh, Ed, dear, dinner.
I can't.
You want him back, don't you? Well, don't you?
Yes.
You put the stuff in his milk the way I told you? Answer me, Nora.
Yes, I did.
Then don't you worry. Ed, dear, I said dinner.
Coming.
Trixie, I can't do it again.
Shut up. My goodness, Ed, everything will be cold.
Golly, Nora, it looks wonderful.
Oh, just look at those chops. Done to a turn. Isn't she a wonder, Mother North?
Yes, come on now. Eat it before it gets cold.
Oh, sure thing. Pass the butter, will you, Mother North?
Certainly. Here you are.
You going to drink your milk now?
Now and later, honey. That's the way I always kid waitresses, Mother Nora. They say, you want your beverage now? And I always say, now and later, kiddo. You get it? Now and later.
I'll bet you kid him all right, Ed. Don't you, Nora?
What? Hey, what's the matter tonight, honey? You're as quiet as a mouse.
Ed, don't you want tea? I could make you a cup of tea.
Tea? Oh, now, honey, you know I don't like tea.
Don't nag him, dear. Ed likes milk. After all, he delivers the stuff.
Yes, sir.
Ed, don't.
Nora, for Pete's sake, what's eating?
Don't drink that milk.
Now, what are you so upset about, child?
Don't drink my milk. But, honey, it's good milk.
Nora!
Shut up. It's poison. She made me put poison in it.
What? Ed, that isn't true. She isn't herself. She doesn't know what she's saying.
It is true, I tell you. Ed, don't drink it. Don't.
Let me see this
Ed,
milk.
no.
Yeah, it is bitter. There is something in this glass.
Don't be a fool, Ed. Sit down.
Answer me, Nora. What's this all about? Nora.
She made me do it. Which made me sick.
Sick?
So I could nurse you back to health. She says she don't love me.
You little fool. Shut up. Ed, don't listen to her.
What do you think you can do?
Please. My neck, let go.
Answer me.
Ed, you're hurting me.
Answer me, Nora. Tell me what this is all about.
All right, sonny boy. You asked for it.
Oh, Trixie, you hit him.
Shut up.
Ed. Oh, darling, listen to me, Ed. Trixie, his head is breathing. Trixie,
Get out of my way. Here, let me see him.
Trixie.
Quiet.
Trixie.
Yeah, he's dead already. Have it, I said. Here, wipe this thing off.
Oh, you killed him. You hit him with an iron dart.
Wipe it off, I said.
You killed him. You shut up.
Now, you do what I say, you hear? You're in this too, don't forget. Come on, now. Help me drag him over to that fireplace. Hurry, Nora.
You killed him.
We, kid. Don't forget that. You put the stuff in his milk. Now, here. Put his head up against that andiron. He fell, you get it? He fell and hit his head on the fireplace andiron.
Ed.
Wait a minute. Blood. Yeah, there should be blood on the andiron. Here we are. Hold still, Ed, my boy. We'll just wipe a little blood over here. There. Does it? Perfect.
I can't go through with it.
Sister, you better, that's all. There was poison in that glass of milk you tried, you know. And you put it there, baby.
But it's murder, Trixie. It's murder.
It's going to be all right, see? From now on, you do everything Mother said.
Come on now, Trixie, open up and tell us what really happened.
I told you a dozen times. He got mad while we were having our dinner.
He sat there, Trixie.
Yes, sir, right there.
Order a picture of that chair, Miss Miller, will you?
I will, Chief, as soon as Ray gets here.
Go on, Trixie. So Ed gets mad, huh? And then what?
Well, he got up and started for Nora. She was standing in front of the fireplace, weren't you, dear?
Yes, I was.
So Nora ducked. Ed fell against the fireplace, and when he went down, he cracked his head on that andiron. Right, Trixie?
Right. You can see the blood yourself.
On the andiron, you mean?
Oh, look for yourself.
Yes, I did, Trixie. Put that on Ray's list, too, Miss Miller.
Right, Chief.
Well, Chief, now what?
I want the body sent to the morgue, Harrington, as soon as the photographers are through.
Check. Tag it, will you, Miss Miller?
Yeah, got it made out.
I want to go over this room thoroughly, Harrington. Tell Brophy we'll need prints and pictures all the way through.
Yeah, right. What about Trixie and Nora, Chief? You want me to take them in?
Why,
Take us in? And what for, I'd like to know. Just because I'm on pro, you cops think...
All right, Trixie, all right, quiet down.
Well...
Nothing to get excited about. I'm not taking you in.
Huh? That's better.
Well, but
later, Harrington. Let's get the apartment checked first, and then we'll decide what's to be done. In the meantime, Trixie...
Yeah?
You understand you and Nora are to stay here. Just a formality, but see that you do.
Yeah, I'll leave a man downstairs, Chief.
Right. And now let's get started. We have a lot of work to do.
dry up. Sniffy been falling all night.
I can't help it, Trixie. I'm scared. I don't know what to do.
Look, Nora. Come on, child. Now look up. Here, put your head back.
Oh, Trixie, I loved him so. I only wanted to make him sick.
You'll be all right, kid. I won't let anything happen. You know that.
Trixie,
after all, you're all I've got. We got to stick together, baby. You and old Trixie.
Where do we go? What do we do? I loved him so. And now I feel lost.
No, we'll make out. Here. You and him had this bank account, didn't you, Nora?
You know we did.
Well, then it's simple, kid. We just take the dough and we'll make a trip. Yeah, that's it. A nice long trip so we can forget all about this. Maybe Canada would be nice this time of year.
On Ed's money?
Our money, girl. Well, look, you deserve it, honey. And with me standing by to help you, what? Say, things will be just fine.
Chief?
Yes, Harrington.
Yeah, Brophy's back from the Taylor apartment. He's got the andirons with him, just the way you said.
Good. Put a tag on them, William Miller.
Oh, right away, Chief.
Oh, and one thing more.
Yes?
I asked Brophy to bring down some other things from the apartment, Miss Miller. Tag everything, and I'll be out to check it in a moment.
Right, Chief.
Other things, Chief?
Yes, it may not be much, Harrington. The fact is, I'm trying to be sure... Oh, excuse me. Yes. Oh, yes, Skippy. What did the doctor find? Oh, I see. No, I hadn't expected that. Yes, ask him to send his report up at once, will you please? Yes, thanks.
What, the autopsy report on Taylor, Chief?
A surprising report, I'd say. They found evidence of poison in his stomach, Harrington.
What?
Yes, not enough to cause death, however. The blow on the head did that.
Poison?
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, Chief. Should I go get her? Trixie, this clinches it, doesn't it?
Well, I wish it did, but frankly, I'm not sure.
But, Chief...
No, we'll wait, I think. I still want to examine everything Brophy brought down here. Then we'll be sure.
Mr. District Attorney continues in a moment, but first, we are at the beginning of rough winter weather. Now is the time to make certain that your car is in tip-top shape for the months ahead. Check up and see if the brakes would hold if you had to stop in an emergency. See if both headlights are working and set at the proper height. And don't forget to check on the taillights at the same time. And those tires, are all four sturdy enough to protect you against a blowout? Check up now. On the average, 1 out of every 3 cars has at least one mechanical defect. You know, you can't be safe if your car is unsafe. And don't be fooled by thinking your car is in good condition just because it's a new model. Some parts wear out rather quickly, and failure to keep cars in good condition is one of the basic causes of accidents. So, for the protection of yourself, the folks who ride with you, and those you may meet in traffic, keep your car in safe driving shape. Make frequent, regular checkups and fix-ups a rule. Check your car and check accidents. Remember, the life you save may be your own. This message is brought to you as a public service.
Oh, don't be so stubborn, Nora. After all, I know how to handle money.
But, Trixie, it was his savings. I haven't got the right...
Right. Will you get it through your thick head that he's dead? That money belongs to us.
I wish I could be sure what to do.
I'll tell you what, sure, young lady. Unless you do what I tell you, you'll end up with a murder rap on you.
But, Trixie,
Poison, remember? Now get smart, kid. Draw that dough out of the bank, and as soon as the DA gives us the word, we'll head for Canada.
I can't do it.
Why, I ought to beat some sense into you.
Trixie, who's that?
Cops, probably. They'll swarm all over the joint until they're satisfied. Well... It's you again, huh?
I just thought I'd keep you company, Trixie.
Haven't you got a home?
Feeling better, Nora?
She's okay. Go on in and lie down, dear.
No, stay here, Nora. Matter of fact, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
You did. You asked me so many.
Well, I'm curious, Nora. You don't mind, do you? After all, you're Well, your husband's death was an accident, wasn't it?
You're darn right it was.
Was it, Nora?
I told you.
Well, come on, tell me again, Nora. It was an accident, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Leave me alone.
And wait a minute. The poison we found in his stomach. That was an accident, too, Nora.
The poison? Trixie?
Nora, go inside. Go on.
No. Stay here, Nora. What about the poison, kid? Did Trixie slip it to him?
You're crazy.
Did she, Nora? Did Trixie give him the poison? Did she? Come on now, tell the truth, Nora. I'd hate to see you get stuck for something that you didn't do.
Don't you say anything, Nora.
Well, you might just as well, Nora, because we know all about it anyway. The poison and everything. Did she give it to him? Nora, did you let her poison your husband? Did you?
Oh, stop it! I did it.
Huh?
Nora, shut up.
I put it in his milk. That's the truth. I did it. I tell you.
Well, now ain't that interesting. Stand still, Trixie.
You stinking little...
Save it. Let's go downtown. Get your hat and brush.
I did it. Isn't that enough?
Come in. Oh, Harrington. Well, I'm glad you're here.
Oh, it's all sewed up, Chief. Come on, Nora, get your hat.
Harrington, you mean Nora did it?
She just admitted it, Miss Miller. Nora's ready to talk, Chief. She put the poison in Ed's milk.
Oh, is that right, Nora?
Nora, don't talk.
Yes, I did. I told you I did.
All set, Chief?
Why, yes, Harrington. I think we're all set. Take Trixie downtown and book her.
What? Trixie?
Me? Well, you're crazy. You just heard the kid.
Oh, I heard her, Trixie. And undoubtedly she did put something into Ed's milk.
Sure, Chief, like I said.
Yes, but that didn't kill Ed Taylor, Trixie. You did.
What?
There's a car downstairs, Harrington. This case is closed. Mr. District Attorney continues in a moment, but first, Mutual believes that if something is good, then there should be more of it. In keeping with this policy, you can now hear 6 different new variety programs. There's Joe King, the MC with a smile in his voice, who interviews guest celebrities, including some of the biggest names in the entertainment world. For everyone interested in food, and that includes the whole family, famed expert Duncan Hines offers choice tidbits on table and travel topics. The Mutual sports voice, who needs no introduction, Al Helfer, presents interviews and interesting anecdotes about the top personalities in the field of sports. And David Ross, veteran broadcaster, turns the spotlight on Americana with salutes to famous anniversaries. One of the best known and best loved of actors, Edward Arnold, gives a great performance as the storyteller. And 2 quick-witted favorites, Arlene Francis and Bill Cullen, join talents to bring a program of smiles. Yes, sir, for something new and different, why not just stay tuned to your favorite Mutual station? You can hear them all every weekday over most of these stations. Back now for Mr. District Attorney. For the murder of Ed Taylor, ladies and gentlemen, Trixie will pay the full penalty demanded by law. And this time, her career is really over.
Yeah, and Nora, Chief, what about her?
Well, for her complicity in the crime, Nora will be sentenced, Harrington, but I think the court will be lenient. Perhaps even suspend sentence.
Oh, I'm glad, Chief. I think she's learned her lesson. I don't think you'll have any more trouble from her.
No, nor do I, Miss Miller. Actually, Nora was the victim of a hardened criminal type, her foster mother, Trixie Norris.
Foster mother?
Yes, Trixie wasn't Nora's real mother, Harrington. As a matter of fact, Nora was an orphan. Years ago, as we know now, Trixie took Nora in off the streets. Took her in as a child to train her in a criminal career.
Just how were you sure it was Trixie who murdered Ed, Chief?
Well, she was very clever, Miss Miller, but she made one mistake. She hit Ed with that iron doorstop, you see, the one I had Brophy bring down to the office for examination.
And under the microscope, you found blood on it, huh, Chief? Blood that they didn't get off with that rag.
Yes, that's right, Harrington, and that, I admit, was a stab in the dark, ordering an examination of any heavy, blunt object in the room.
But the andiron really proved it, didn't it, Chief?
Yes, it did, Miss Miller. Trixie was clever enough to smear blood from Ed's head onto the andiron, but what she forgot was hair.
Hair?
Yes, strands of hair, Harrington. If he'd fallen against the andiron the way Trixie said he had,
there would have been hair as well as blood on its surface. And as you know, there wasn't. And that was that.
This is the last program in the current series of Mr. District Attorney broadcasts. Next week, at the same time, over most of these same stations, Mutual presents Counter Spy, a program designed to help investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad. Be sure to listen then.
This program came to you transcribed. Colorful San Francisco awakens the entire West Coast with that passable of peppy persuaders, the Breakfast Gang, who welcome the invitation to join you in greeting the dawn each Monday through Saturday morning at 7:15. It's the program designed to start your day off at the right tempo. So be sure you hear the Breakfast Gang tomorrow morning and each Monday through Friday morning at 7:15. Stay tuned now for the latest news on the newspaper of the air with John Holbrook, which follows immediately. This is the Mutual Don Lee broadcasting.
Law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case history. Gangbusters.
Tonight, the case of the costume killer, who was an old hand at his trade and a hard master to his apprentices, until he learned the first lesson of society at the hands of skillful detectives.
And now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked Chief J.A. Pitcock, who recently retired as Chief of Police, Little Rock, Arkansas, after 31 years of service, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the costume killer.
Chief Pitcock, from what you've told me, I know tonight's case is so fantastic, the facts about this criminal are hard to believe.
Yes, Don Gardner, but I've got his signed confession to murder right here in my hand.
Well, when did you first hear of this man, Chief Pitcock?
Well, Don, our reports start not too many months ago in the city of Paragould, Arkansas. A tall, slim man about 40 had been sitting in the front parlor of his rooming house. He'd heard a knock at the door, and he was on his way to answer it.
All right.
Hello, Mr. Osprey.
Well, come in, Joey. Don't stand there like a tired old field horse.
Yes, sir. Look, Mr. Osprey, don't be sorry to me because
Don't tell me here. Come on in the parlor.
Yeah.
Kids, spend your days and nights trying to pound a little something in their pumpkin heads so maybe they'll amount to something. Get in there.
Yes, sir.
Well, what were you going to tell me, boy? Get it out of you. Think you wasn't born with a tongue.
I tried, Mr. Osprey. Honest, I tried.
Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Now, you got to listen to me, boy. For years I've been showing kids how to do this. Kids, they all think they're smarter than you.
Oh, I don't think I'm smarter than you, honest.
Well, if you listened close to me and done exactly like I told you, you wouldn't have had no experience like that.
I tried, Mr. Osprey.
You didn't do it like I told you. You didn't do a thing I told you.
Well, I was awfully scared. That cop came pretty close, awful close.
Well, after you'd listened to me and after you'd opened the window like I showed you how to open it, you'd have been in there and out with a sack full of stuff before that cop even got close.
Yes, sir, I guess I would, but...
But nothing.
I got boys all over this city and lots of other cities. I showed them what to do and how to do it. Now, me and you are going back to that store tonight, and me and you are going to come home with a gunny sack full of stuff.
Yes, sir.
And then after we get that, I'm going to show you a few other things. How to disguise yourself up good so nobody can pick you out. How to pick a lock with just a hairpin. How to break a man's arm with just one twist.
Do I have to learn that?
Of course you got to learn that, boy. Sometimes you got to hurt people. Sometimes after you don't hurt people, you get hurt yourself. And hurt bad.
Did you ever hurt anyone?
Only because I had to.
Bad?
Bad enough. I killed him.
Killed him?
Well, only 2.
Oh.
That's what I did my time for. And if I'd killed the 3rd one, I wouldn't done no time at all. But I got soft-hearted. Serves me right. Now, never you get soft-hearted, boy.
Oh, no, sir.
Now, you listen to me. And I'll tell you how we're going to get in that store tonight.
Maybe you ought to use the glass cutter some more.
Shh, boy.
You got it.
Sure, I got it. Okay, Joey, I'll give you a boost up. You unlock the window.
Yeah.
Now grab a hold.
Okay.
Now, up you go. Okay, now. Reach in, unlock the window.
Yes, sir. Wait a minute. A little higher.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Good boy. Now come on down. If you hadn't did it like this last night, we wouldn't have had all this bother tonight. You got your gunny sack?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to boost you in. You know what to take. And when you get it, you meet me back the room.
Ain't you coming in with me?
There ain't but one way to learn, boy, and that's do it yourself.
But, Mr. Lester...
Don't stand there arguing with me. Now come here, I'll boost you.
It ain't fair.
Now up you go. Okay, that's enough. Now jump down. Everything all right?
Yeah, I think so.
Good boy. I'll see you back the room. All right, I'm coming. Joy?
Yeah, it's me.
Just a second. Come in, boy.
Yes, sir.
Well, good work, boy. You did fine. Where's the gunny sack?
I got it, Mr. Osprey. I left it in the shed.
Well, I told you to bring it so I could give you what you got coming.
I was gonna, but...
But what, boy? Speak up.
There was a cop waiting in front of my house.
A cop?
It's a good thing I saw him, Mr. Osprey. An awful good thing.
You snitch. You...
Please, Mr. Osprey, let me go. I didn't have anything to do with it.
What's he doing there, then?
I don't know.
Huh?
Let me go.
All right, boy. If this cop's waiting for you, that ain't good.
What do we do?
Well, I'll tell you, boy. You go on home and get to bed.
But the cop will...
That don't matter none, boy. You got no record. You get off easy.
But I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to.
I'll just give you a talking to. With me, it's a sight different. I'm on parole. They send me back to prison for life. You wouldn't want that to happen to your old friend Slim Usry, would you?
Oh, no, sir, I wouldn't.
Well, now you see why I got to leave town. Anyway, I got some of my other boys to look in on. I'll be in touch with you, boy. You'll hear from me. You're a good boy.
So, Don, Slim Usry, a paroled murderer and tutor in crime, fled to his native town of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, where he sought refuge at the home of his sister Etta. But Slim Usry's sojourn in Hattiesburg didn't prove as pleasant as he had hoped.
Slim!
Yeah, what's ailing you now?
I asked you to weed the garden. Instead, you sit there all day like you were the landlord waiting for his rent.
If you want the garden, weed it yourself. I ain't budging, Etta. I ain't budging an inch.
Honest, Slim, it just ain't right.
If I feel like it, Etta, I'll sit here all week.
I don't know how many times I have to tell you, Slim. You ought to be out working like other men.
Now, looky here, Etta. If there was work I felt like doing, I'd be out doing it. There ain't no kind of work around this town I feel like doing. Can't you get that through your head?
If you don't work, you're blown back in the penitentiary.
Now, look here, Etta.
I said the penitentiary.
Don't you talk to me like that, Etta.
The whole town's talking about you. They all know what you are. I got to bear the shame.
Who cares?
I could see that you're sent back to jail.
Shut up, you old pig. Why should I dirty my hands on you? Fine home you give your own brother, always nagging. Don't know when to stop.
guess it was a mistake taking you in.
More of a mistake not coming back.
I guess you better leave, Slim.
I reckon the best.
I want you to be packed when I get home.
Yeah. What time you coming back?
I won't be back till late tonight.
Hey!
What?
Who's going to fix my supper?
Nobody. You're not eating here again.
Hey, Etta! You old hen. You ain't sending me back no penitentiary. You ain't even going to think about sending me back.
That, Don, was the moment Slim Usry made up his mind to murder his sister Etta. He knew she would walk home that night, and he waited in the clump of weeds until he heard her footsteps.
Etta? Howdy, Etta. You have a nice time?
Oh, Slim, you scared me.
Did I, Etta?
What were you doing back in those weeds? Did you lose something?
No. I'm just fixing to lose something, that's all.
What do you mean?
Nothing, Etta, nothing at all.
Are you all packed to go? I don't want you in my house tonight.
I changed my mind, Etta. I'm staying.
Who said so?
I said so, that's who.
No, not in my house.
No?
If you don't go tonight, I'm calling the police.
You call him, Etta, you call him.
Slim, no, don't.
Old hen. Try to send me back. Attention, will you? I'm ready to your brother. You old hen. I'll show you. Treat your brother like a little dog. Take care of you.
Deputy Sheriff Clarkson.
Deputy Clarkson, this is Slim Usry.
Yes, Slim.
It's my sister, Etta, Deputy Clarkson. She left the house yesterday to go visiting. She didn't come home all night.
Where'd she go, Slim?
Well, I don't rightly know, Deputy Clarkson, but you know Etta. That ain't like her. Something must have happened to her now. Would you help me find her?
All right, Slim, I'll be right over.
So, Don, the murderer, Slim Usry, reported to the authorities that his sister Etta was missing, although it was Usry himself who killed her. But in carrying out his plan to fool the police, Usry ran into unexpected difficulties.
Okay, let's break right here. More from Gangbusters right after these messages on 670 WMAQ.
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Boston Blackie.
Edgar Bergen.
John and Blanche Bickerson. This is Stan Freeberg. Would you pay $60 for 60 of the greatest old-time radio shows of all time? Well, now you can by ordering Old Time Radio's Greatest Shows, a 60-episode collection for only $60. The Whistler, Gangbusters, Philip Marlowe, Gunsmoke, and many more. All on top-quality cassettes housed in a designer case. Plus, you'll also receive a 20-page anecdotal booklet giving you the inside story to each and every show.
Hold everything, Stan. This is Carl Amari, owner of Radio Spirits, with a special limited-time offer. If listeners call right now and mention this radio station, they can take $10 off the $60 price. But you must call right now and mention this radio station for this special $10 savings.
Hey, you don't have to convince me. Order toll-free, 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648.
It's time for Internet Jeopardy!
I'll take Internet Service Provider for $100.
They're the fastest-growing Internet access company in Chicagoland.
Who is TechPort?
You're correct. You control the board.
I'll take Technical Support for $500.
The company with free 24-hour support.
Who is TechPort?
Right again. Still your turn.
Give me Internet Best Buys for $1,000, Bob.
Now listen closely. They're the company which offers unlimited Internet access, a free homepage for new subscribers, email, and free setup for only one low fee of $19.95 per month. Plus, the first 30 days are free.
Who is TechPort?
Right again. Now, if you answer this next question correctly, you'll double your money and walk away the new Internet Jeopardy champion. How can people sign up with TechPort Complete Internet Access?
That's easy, Bob. They call 1-800-830-4880 or log on to www.techinter.com.
Congratulations, you're our new Internet Jeopardy champion. And remember, TechPort is your best source for complete Internet access. Phone 800-830-4880.
Now, let's get back to Gangbusters.
Now, you were telling us, Chief Pitcock, that Slim Usry murdered his sister Etta and then reported her missing.
Yes, Don. And an investigation was started. The weeded area of the neighborhood was on the list of places where deputies thought the woman might be found, and the search there was in progress.
Deputy Clarkson?
Yes, Slim.
You don't reckon we'd find Etta in here? If anything happened to Etta, it'd break my heart.
I know how you feel, Slim. Let's cut the talking and look.
Okay. Etta.
Matter, Slim.
Hey, boys. Etta.
Hold it, man.
Hold it. What's the matter? What's the matter?
Did you find something, Slim? Good Lord.
Etta.
Come away from us, Slim. Come away.
I won't sleep a wink till I get the man who did this. I won't sleep a wink.
Come in.
Hello, Deputy Clarkson.
Slim.
They said you wanted to see me.
Yes. Come on over and sit down.
Sure, Deputy Clarkson. Well, you got any idea who killed my sis?
Yes, Slim. I've got a few ideas.
Well, you just tell me who it was. I could wring his neck with my two hands. I could...
You could what, Slim?
Well, you can't blame me none, Deputy Clarkson. Poor little Etta never did no harm, no one. Murdered in cold blood like that.
You killed two men yourself, Slim.
Well, that was different.
What was so different about it?
Well, I paid for it. I spent 19 years put away. And You don't think it was me killed Etta?
Well, I didn't say you killed her, but you could have.
Well, I didn't. What would I be killing my own sis for?
I haven't any idea.
It's a fine thing. I come down here to help you, and I get accused of murder. Just because I've been in a little trouble once or twice, you can't let a man have no peace. Not even when they're fixing to bury his poor sister.
Hey, Slim.
Huh?
Come here.
What do you want?
How come it was you, out of all the people looking for Etta, that found her body? You seem to know just where it was.
She just happened to be where I was looking. If I killed her, you don't think I'd be fool enough to find the body, do you?
Slim, I don't know what to think.
Well, Don, a few months went by and no new evidence turned up. Then one day Slim Usry left town and went to Little Rock, Arkansas. Shortly after he arrived, Usry walked into a costumer's shop on Commerce Street and asked to look at a wig and mustache outfit he saw in the window.
Yes, sir. Finest wig and mustache in Little Rock. There you are.
Yeah, not bad. I've seen better.
I take it you're going to a party?
Oh, I figured on a couple of parties. You got a looking glass, yeah? They look good on. Maybe I'll take them.
Right in back here, sir?
Oh, yeah.
The mustache sticks right on.
I can see how it works.
Very good indeed. Nobody'd recognize you, not with that on.
How much?
Well, now, let's see. That'd be, $11.80 with the tax.
Okay.
Shall I wrap them up for you?
Sure, wrap them. You don't think I'm going to wear them now, do you?
Attention, all squads. Be on alert for bandit who robbed auto rental agency, 6th and Scott, of several $100s in cash. This man, described as tall and slender, apparently wore black mustache and wig as disguise. Caution, this man is armed and dangerous.
Oh, come on in, Sergeant.
What a morning, Captain. I had that witness look at every picture in the file. No luck. Not with that wig and mustache disguise. Good disguise.
You know, I can't remember anyone using a disguise like that on a hold-up in years. This must be an old-timer.
Well, the victim thought he was about 40, Captain. It doesn't make him too much of an old-timer. I wonder if he bought that wig and mustache in one of the shops here in Little Rock.
Maybe. But they can't tell whether that stuff came from their shop until they see it.
And it looks like we'll have to get our man before they can see it.
Hello, Mr. Sweet.
Huh? Well, Joey. Sit down, boy. Sit down.
Thanks, Mr. Sweet.
Call me Slim, Joey. People around here know me as Slim.
Okay, Slim.
By gravy, you growed. How about a beer, Joey?
Oh, no, thanks. Later, maybe. Well, I came as soon as I got your letter.
Yeah. Well, I wrote to you, boy, because I like you. And I want to do something for you. I was sure glad to hear you didn't go to that reformatory.
Well, it was like you said. They gave me a talking to and let me go. They haven't caught me since.
That's good, boy, Joey.
I figured when I got your letter you needed some help.
Not just yet, boy. First, you got to finish your lessons.
Lessons? Well, I could do okay now. I've been doing okay.
Well, maybe you could, but we got to be sure about it. Now, tonight, I'm going to try my old disguise trick again. You recollect I was telling you once about disguises?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, boy, tonight, I got a nice little old cafe all picked out. It'll be so easy I won't need help from you. I wouldn't need you even if you was ready. So you just stick around my room.
Yes, sir. What'll you have? This, pick up. What? Reach.
What's the matter?
Everybody quiet.
Wait a minute.
Wait for nothing. I'm in a hurry. Where's the dough?
I'll get it.
Hey, it was an accident.
I don't like accidents. I don't anybody move till I'm gone. Anybody follow, get the same.
Get him.
How bad is he, Sergeant?
Luckily, not so bad. Both flesh wounds, Captain. This is his room.
Okay. Let's go in. Hello, Mr. Walters. How do you feel now?
Oh, not bad, considering.
I'm Captain Crossman.
Oh, hello.
Mr. Walters, do you think you could recognize the man who held up your cafe and shot you?
I don't know. Maybe I could. I ought to know that mustache anyway.
Mm-hmm. Is this the mustache?
Yeah, that's it. I'd swear that's it.
It was found in an alley near your cafe. The hold-up man was seen running up that alley.
That's it, all right.
Thanks, Mr. Walters. We know where it was bought. Now all we've got to do is find the man who bought it.
I tell you, Joey, just like I tell all my boys. You miss doing something one way, no matter how many times it worked, it ain't good no more.
That seems crazy to me. All you gotta do is get another mustache.
No, boy, the police and everybody else on that mustache and wig trick. I gotta try something else.
Yeah, but you promised I could try the mustache trick.
I said no, boy. When I say no, I mean it. Maybe we pick up and go someplace else and try it, but not here in Little Rock.
It's nuts, Slim. And we're just getting set here.
And I don't know whether I'm going to stay or not. They got a big charge against me. I could have killed that man last night.
No, the guy was shot up a little. Serves him right.
Maybe I should have killed him.
Sure. So, he'd have been number 3.
Joey. Number 4.
Number 4?
You heard me.
You mean you killed somebody since I saw you last?
What if I did? If you want no account. Getting back, we got to change our way of operating. We got to jump. Boy, where you going?
I'm going out for some air.
Well, now watch out where you go and what you do.
Well, just going out to get you a present.
Present, boy? For me?
Sure. And one for myself. I'll see you later, Slim.
Captain Crossman.
This is Sergeant Woods. We've got men planted at that costume store. Nothing doing yet, Captain.
Well, keep them there. And at the other stores, too.
Okay, Captain, but it's pretty much of a shot in the dark. This fellow'd be a chump to come back for another mustache.
Maybe. But if he does come back, I want a welcoming party for him.
Joey?
Yeah, Slim, open up.
Where you been, boy? Get in here.
I told you I was going out to buy a present.
Is that it there?
That's it.
Well, don't stand there, boy. If you're going to give it to me, give it here.
I got 2 of them.
What is it? Give it here, boy.
Not until you promise I can use one.
One what?
One of these mustache outfits.
Mustache outfits? Where'd you get it?
Hey, let go. Please, Slim, let go, will you?
Where'd you get it?
At the same store you showed me. Please, Slim, you hurt me. Please.
I ought to kill you, boy. I ought to beat your brains out.
No, please.
You could have brought the cops here. You know that.
There were no cops. I looked around. Let go.
Huh? No cops?
I'm positive. I didn't see anybody.
Well, as long as you didn't see no cops, I guess there'll be no cops coming here, huh?
Sure. Everything's okay.
You didn't listen to me, Joey. I kill people who don't pay no attention.
Slim, don't do nothing.
Come here, you miserable...
No, let go. It didn't mean nothing.
Didn't mean nothing now.
Please.
Turn him loose. Huh? Police officers, you're under arrest.
Huh? Me?
Please, I didn't do nothing. He was trying to kill me.
We'll see about that, son. Come on, both of you.
Watch where you're pulling.
Come on, you.
Okay, kid. Let's go.
No, I don't want to go to jail.
Come on, boy. It's just another lesson.
It should have been the first lesson. It should have been the first.
So, Don, that was the end of the teacher of crime. And Usry, who thought he had committed a perfect murder, made the worst mistake of all. He told someone about it. And the boy Joey told the police. In the Little Rock jail, William Usry confessed the murder of his sister Etta. Usry was returned to Mississippi, where he died in the electric chair in the Forest County Jail a few months ago.
Well, congratulations, Chief Pitcock, to you and to the men of the Little Rock Police Department who solved this terrible crime. Principal roles in tonight's dramatization were played by Bill Smith and Jack Grimes. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Dedicated to the strength of the nation. Proudly we hail. Yes, Proudly We Hail, starring Barbara Britton in Barbara of Middlesboro, United States Army and United States Air Force presentation. Now here is our producer, the well-known Hollywood showman, C.P. McGregor.
Thank you, and greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to your Theater of Stars, where the foremost names in motion pictures join us for your entertainment. Our star is that enchanting actress, Barbara Britton, and our play title, Barbara of Middlesboro. This is a light and romantic story of a girl whose brains enabled her to become class valedictorian upon graduation from college, and whose beauty led from a graduation snapshot to the cover of an extensively read Gazette and a glamorous job as a magazine model. We'll have the curtain for Act One of Barbara of Middlesboro right after this message from Wendell Niles.
The uniform of the United States, whether it is worn by a soldier or an airman, means many things to many people. To people abroad, it means that the man wearing that uniform is a protector of the free way of life. To Americans, it means that Army or Air Force man is a defender of freedom and an honored citizen. To the man himself, the uniform means service to his country and a valuable career, a career of personal satisfaction and development. Now back at our microphone, our producer.
The curtain rises on Act One of Barbara of Middlesboro, starring Barbara Britton as Barbara Brownfield. Spring has brought heavy rains, head colds, and graduation day to Middlesboro. Principal Horatio Brandywine of Middlesboro College, sounding like compressed air being squeezed from an ancient pair of hand bellows, is delivering the annual graduation speech.
Members of the student body, as I always say, be prepared and
practice home. As you stride upon life's highway, remember to... remember to apply the principles laid down here in your school.
There's one principle that I'd have laid down an hour ago.
And this new voice, ladies and gentlemen, belongs to a stranger in town, Mark Elwood, freelance photographer from New York City, with time and a camera on his hands. Caught between trains, he has wandered into the graduation exercises at the college, just in time to hear Principal Brandywine introduce a very beautiful valedictorian.
Always pay is Dr. Time. And now here is your class valedictorian, Miss Barbara Brownfield.
Members of the faculty, parents, and friends. I know I speak for all my classmates when I say that we who are graduating from Middlesboro this afternoon are indeed grateful. We are embarking upon... Let us all resolve to turn to the role of being useful citizens, upholding the fine traditional honor of Middlesboro. Oh, Bobby, my darling. Oh, Mother, how was I? Your speech was wonderful.
And you made your old dad real proud.
And for that, you get a big kiss.
Well, line up, everyone. This is an old Brownfield custom.
There's your daddy. And one for your mother. There's your darling. And Sister Betty. We're just super, Barbara.
Where's mine? I'm Cousin Uriah.
Cousin who?
Cousin Uriah.
Well, Cousin Uriah, that was quite a kiss.
Yes, and this one's for Aunt Hepzibah.
Auntie who?
Aunt Hepzibah. She talks about you all the time.
She does?
Yes, let's walk over here. And seeing that I've come all this way just for your graduation, I hope you'll be able to have dinner with me.
But I've other plans. Well, that is...
Oh, she'll be awfully disappointed. In fact, she gave me strict orders to take some pictures of you.
Oh, thank you, Eunice.
Now, about that dinner date, don't you think it could be arranged?
Well, why not come to dinner at the house? I'm sure Mother and Dad would like to hear more about Aunt Zanzibar.
Hepzibah, but we've always called her Hep-Hep. You know, she's just like one of us. And now, about that dinner, couldn't we sort of have it somewhere quiet? There's so much Auntie wanted me to tell you. What do you say, cousin?
Well, it might be
Good. I'll pick you up at 5:30.
Oh, Bobby, there you are.
I see your folks are coming back, and I've got to run along. See you at 5:30.
Say, who was that young man you were getting so confidential with?
He kissed you like a long-lost fiancé. Where have you been hiding in these dreaming? Why, that's Cousin Uriah. Cousin Uriah? He doesn't look the Uriah type. But, Dad, well, Mother, you ought to know your own relatives. He's Auntie Hep-Hep's son.
Hep-Hep? But, darling, we have no relatives with the name of Hep-Hep.
Oh, Barbara, someone's at the door. It must be Dreamboat. I'll answer the door, Betty. And don't go gooey over this imposter. Just be on tap to help the Brownfield family give Cousin Uriah some of his own medicine. I think you're being real cruel. Well, now that we understand each other, why don't you run into the kitchen and help Mother? Oh, good evening, Cousin.
Oh, good evening. Say, Brandywine's speech must be catching.
No, it's just the Middlesboro wheeze. Some communities have their men of distinction, others have their women of distinction, and we have our
weeds of distinction. Yeah. Say, do I detect a new note of sophistication in my little girl graduate?
How does it look on me? Or don't you like it?
Oh, that's more like the cousin I first met, and
Yes?
And wanted to tell Aunt Hep about. Yes, sir. Shall we go?
Well, Cousin Uriah, Mother and Dad and Betty wanted to hear so much about Aunt Marzibar.
Aunt Hepzibah.
So you're invited for dinner. Isn't that sweet?
Oh, no. I just remember...
Dad, Betty, Cousin
no, wait,
Uriah's
wait.
here. Oh, hello. Cousin Uriah, this is Betty, my younger sister.
Hello,
And this is Mother, Cousin Uriah. How are you, Uriah?
Yeah,
good evening.
Oh, Father, this is Uriah.
Well, sure looks the spitting image of old Ezekiel.
He does?
Yes, just a picture of old Ezekiel.
Ezekiel?
Shall we go in, sit down to that nice roast turkey?
Yeah, but I tell you, I'm on a diet of corn pones and chitlins. Would you mind telling me just where you're driving me, Miss Brownfield?
Why, Cousin, all during dinner you kept talking about your diet of corn pones. while eating most of the turkey.
So?
So I thought I'd drive you down to the Dixieland dining car and see if we could get you some of that southern fried diet of yours.
Lady, that does it. Stop the car. Oh. What are you trying to do, murder me?
Oh, I'm sorry. You bellowed stop the car, so I did. Did you hurt your head?
Oh, I have an indenture like the Neanderthal man, that's all.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, let me see.
Madam, you're a destructive individual.
Why, Cousin Uriah.
The name is not Uriah. We could start off by calling me Mark.
We could. All right, Mark.
That's a start. Now all we need...
I know just the place. Soft lights, soft music, and no cover charge.
Soft lights, soft music, and no cover charge. Just the minimum, $5 per person.
Oh, that's just luxury tax.
Well, shall we take advantage of this luxury and dance?
Not until you explain your masquerade of Cousin Uriah.
Well, the name is Mark Elwood, home, New York City. Your Honor. Or should I say your lovely Honor? You see, where I was born, woman's place...
I know. Woman's place was in the field, toting that barge, lifting that bale, and cooking corn pones and chitlins.
I swear you just seem to go on. You're lovely, Honor.
I like that. It sort of makes it difficult to find you guilty.
Thank you. And with that, I rest my case. Shall we dance now?
The court is not adjourned, Cousin. We're still waiting for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Well, I had a few hours between trains. I wandered down Main Street, but lo, Middlesboro was deserted. I soon learned it was graduation day. So, camera in hand, I wandered down to take a look at this phenomenon. And I saw you.
Go on.
It was then I decided it would be nice to be related to you. Perhaps as a long-lost cousin.
Good old Cousin Uriah.
And tell me, what does a beautiful, bright gal like you do from here on in? I mean, what happens now that you're a girl graduate and valedictorian to boot?
Well, I'd like to try my hand at a career.
Doing what?
I'd like to model, perhaps go to New York City. They say I'm photogenic.
Angel, I know you are. Take it from a guy who's just like that with the most important guys in the model agency business. Powers, Conway.
Oh, do you know Mr. Conway?
Well, like a brother. And now, Your Honor, what's the verdict in the case of Mark Elwood versus the people of Middlesboro?
Guilty.
I'll appeal.
And I hereby sentence you to face the music and dance. You know what else he said, Mother? He said that he would recommend me to a number of the top modeling agencies in New York City.
Oh, but darling, New York is such a big place. And besides, I'd hate to have you go there alone.
Now, Mother, I'm a big girl. I've been to the big city before. Besides, Mark said he'd help me. And I know he's someone real important.
Oh, he's real dreamy. He does have an honest face. But what does he do for a living, dear?
Oh, he hates to talk about himself. But the way he spends money, he must be very well off. We went to the Elysian Gardens and danced, and he ordered champagne.
Well, I always say, if a girl must marry, it never hurts to marry money.
Now, Mother, what are you talking about?
When a girl marries. It's Mother's favorite radio program. Anyway, it's past 12. You girls better get to bed.
Say, Barbara.
Yes, Father?
Did Cousin Ezekiel ever get his corn pones at the diner?
Good night, Father.
Long distance.
Operator, this is Mark Elwood. I want to talk collect to City Editor Bill Daniels, the New York Star Mirror.
Just one moment. Hello?
Yes?
Your party on the other end wants to know why you're phoning him collect for Middlesboro.
Because I've got 700 pennies and they won't fit the telephone slot.
Do you wish me to refer you to the supervisor?
No, of course not. Just refer me to that tight-fisted city editor, Mr. William Daniels.
He said he'll take the call.
Yeah. Hello, Bill.
The answer is no. What do you want?
Look, Bill, I've got a terrific picture layout of a graduation day in the most typical American town in the country. And, Bill, I've got a couple of pictures of the most beautiful graduates you ever saw.
So?
I need $50 to get back to New York.
Look, Mark, ever since you left the Star Mirror to freelance, you've cost the paper twice the salary we were paying you. So take your pictures to the Police Gazette.
But, Bill, how will I get back to New York?
If I remember rightly, there's a big road called the Lincoln Highway leading right into this big, big city. So hit the road, nature boy. Bye.
Bill!
pause briefly from our story, Barbara of Middlesboro, starring Barbara Britton, to bring you a brief message from our government.
High school graduates, have you heard about the United States Army's technical school plan? If you have not heard, then pay especially close attention. You see, if you have recently graduated from high school, you can learn a valuable technical skill and receive good Army pay while you're learning. This is really an earn-while-you-learn project. When you've finished, you'll be qualified for a special job in the Army, and later in civilian life as well. More, you can choose the specialty you want from the 60 different courses on the Army list. Yes, you high school graduates can choose your training before you enlist. Fill out your application at your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station at once. When your application has been approved, you can enlist with the absolute assurance that you'll get the technical course and training you want. Act now.
The curtain rises on Act 2 of Barbara of Middlesboro, starring Barbara Britton as Barbara Brownfield. Barbara, a beautiful young girl from Middlesboro, met Mark Elwood, an attractive young man from Manhattan, in rather a unique way. A stolen kiss at Barbara's graduation brought comfort to Mark's heart and joy to Barbara at the prospect of Mark's promise to further her modeling career. 2 weeks have elapsed since that meeting in Middlesboro. And on this bright New York morning, in Mark Elwood's cubicle of an office, he sees peeking out from under a mountain of bills a letter postmarked Middlesboro.
Barbara Brownfield. Well, this should be pleasant reading. Starts off nice. And I can't thank you enough for your wonderful kindness in being responsible for Mr. Ajax Conway seeing the photograph you took of me in Middlesboro. He wired to say he's coming here to sign me to a contract. Well, nice guy, that Elwood.
Ajax Conway? Ajax? Oh, no. Miss Minsk, get me the aspirin bottle.
You got a headache, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, this is terrible.
What gives?
Miss Minsk, where's the telephone book?
It's sitting on it.
Oh.
Is that what was bothering you?
Conway. Oh, I'm right. I knew it. Ajax Conway. Miss Minsk, find out when the next train leaves from Middlesboro.
But I still don't understand what you're screaming about.
Remember those photographs of the sweet girl graduate I sold?
Natch.
Well, she's just got an offer from Conway.
Gee, swell. The Conway Model Agency is the biggest outfit in the country.
Yeah, but this offer came from Ajax Conway, who runs the biggest burlesque show in the country.
Oh, good morning, Barbara.
Oh, good morning, Professor Brandywine.
Yes, that's quite a lot of groceries you've got there.
Oh, we're having an important guest for dinner from out of town. He's come all the way from New York to interview me for a job.
My word. And that's what I call a very intelligent employer. One who takes the time to investigate the background and home life of his prospective employer. I'm sure he'll find you a perfect secretary.
Oh, but he's not interested in the secretary. You see, it's Mr. Conway, you know, of the famous Conway girls.
Yeah? Oh, well, and I always said the graduates of Middlesboro were, as I've always said, trim in their work and trim in their endeavors.
Thank you, Professor.
Yes, well, if Mr. Conway wants a letter of recommendation, that is a confirmation of your character, but then I suppose that won't be necessary. He must have already seen a picture of him.
Oh, yes, a friend of mine arranged it all.
Oh, well, you always were a prize student in elocution. Just remember, my dear, to look directly at your audience and speak from the pit of your stomach.
Oh, but Professor, I'm not going on the stage.
Oh, but I thought you said that...
Mr. Conway is head of the Conway Modeling Agency.
A modeling agency?
Yes, and Mr. Conway wants me to go to work for him as a model.
My word, times do change.
The Conway girls are quite famous.
They were in my time, too.
Really?
Oh, my, yes. Many's the time when I went to New York and bought tickets. Oh, there's Mrs. Brandywine. Well, good luck, my dear.
Thank you.
Never thought I'd see the day when one of my girls would be with Mr. Conway. Yes. Well, remember me to your mother and father. Goodbye.
Oh, that must be Mr. Conway. Mother, are you all ready?
All ready, Barbie. How do I look?
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, thanks, dear. My, I must say, the dinner table certainly looks beautiful.
Oh, gosh. Do you imagine a real celebrity in Middlesboro and in our house, too? Now, Betty, remember, don't ogle Mr. Conway all through dinner like you did Mark Elwood. Mr. Conway is one of America's most distinguished personalities.
Oh, my.
Well, Open the door, Betty.
Okay, Barbara.
Father! Oh, Father.
Oh, George, why don't you use your key?
Oh, I forgot it. Well, why are the three of you glaring at me like I was caught in the act of breaking into somebody's house?
But, Dad, you've got to get ready for Mr. Conway. He's due here any minute.
Hello, folks. Huh? This must be the right house, because I heard someone mention the name Conway.
Are you Mr. Conway?
That's right, Ajax Schmo Conway.
Oh, well, come in, Mr. Conway.
I don't mind if I do.
Would you come into the living room, Mr. Conway?
I don't mind if I do. Nice joint.
Would you care for a cocktail, Mr. Conway?
Yes, I'll have a Bronx Boilermaker.
Bronx Boilermaker?
Make it a double.
Come along, Betty. We'll sort of give Dad a hand.
Boilermaker, double.
Mr. Conway, I can't tell you how wonderful it is of you to come all this way to interview me.
Yeah, beautiful dames. I mean girls are my business. Let me see your gams.
Are you all right, Mr. Conway?
Lady, I said gams, not gums. Pick up your skirts. Let's have a look at those legs there.
Oh, where do you want me to stand?
Haven't you ever strutted a runway?
Why, no. I've never been to the races.
Never been there. That's a very funny routine. Okay, let's see 'em. Yeah, they're very good. You know any steps?
Oh, well, just the ones I learned from Miss Overholt.
Now, let's see 'em. Lady, I didn't ask you if you know how to walk. I mean dance. Like this.
Gee, Mr. Conway, I'll bet you can be real hep after a Boilermaker.
Yeah, huh? Oh, well, what is it?
Oh, here you are, Mr. Conway.
This is the first time I ever had one out of a trophy cup.
Well, that's what it said in my cocktail book.
Yeah.
It said...
Here's mud in your eye.
It said 2 quarts of beer and 1 quart of Burgundy wine. Or should it have been bourbon?
Someone slipped me a mic.
Are you feeling better, Mr. Conway?
Yeah, where am I? What happened to me? Where's my wallet?
Your wallet?
Maybe he wants us to call his own doctor.
Brownfield, there's only one thing you forgot to serve with that trophy cup. A stretcher.
How do you feel now, Mr. Conway?
This is the first time I ever started out with a hangover.
Would you like to have dinner now, Mr. Conway?
Oh, what can I lose?
Oh, I'll get it. Hello? Oh, yes. Yes, he's here. Just a moment. It's for you, Mr. Conway.
For me? I don't get it.
Well, that's what the man said.
I hope the cops aren't giving me trouble here.
Oh, do they model, too?
Hello. Miss Conway speaking. Who? You're who? Oh, I see. What's that? I didn't know that. No, she didn't say anything to me about it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, there's no reason for me to stay.
Oh.
I was just told that Miss Brownfield's been signed with Miners Burlesque Theater.
Burlesque? Miners Burlesque Theater?
And you knew it all along.
Who, may I ask, told you that?
Your manager, Mr. Mark Elwood.
Barbara? What do you want? Greenboy's been trying to get you again. Oh, why don't you talk to him? Not if he were the last man in Middlesboro. But you can't stay in the house all your life. You haven't been outside for a whole week. I just don't feel like it. You mean you don't want to run into Mark Elwood? I'm afraid I'll choke him with my own hands. Nerve of him scaring away that poor Mr. Conway with that fantastic story.
Barbara, dear.
Yes, Mother?
There's someone here to see you.
But, Mother, I told you that...
Barbara.
Mark Elwood, how dare you?
Well, this is where I came in. Bye now.
Now, Barbara, let me explain. I've got something important to tell you.
Sorry, I'm not interested in anything you have to say.
Not even in a modeling contract?
A what?
Modeling contract.
But I thought you didn't want me to be a model. After all, you're my manager, aren't you, for burlesque theaters?
But I had to pretend I was your manager.
You didn't have to pretend I was signed to that burlesque show.
It was the only way I could get rid of old Ajax.
You're incorrigible.
Ajax Conway is. He's also the manager of the biggest burlesque show in the country.
Now, I know you're crazy.
There are 2 Conways, Ajax and Harvey. They're not related. It's Harvey who has the modeling agency.
Why did that burlesque man come all the way to Middlesboro?
Well, never mind that now. The important thing is I've got a contract for you from the Conway that counts. Harvey Conway himself.
Mark, Why have you done all this?
Well, I felt like a heel getting you in all this trouble. What else could I do but go to Harvey Conway himself? Barbara, I'm just a freelance photographer, but I've worked for Harvey on lots of assignments. He took one look at your pictures and told me to sign you up.
Oh, Mark, you're a darling.
Say that again, please.
I said you're a darling.
Nah, that's what I call uncousinly words, but I love them.
Mark, you're mad.
Makes two of us.
Father, what are you doing with that lather on your face?
That's nothing compared to the lather in my heart.
With that lather on your face.
Oh, never mind the lather. I
forgot to finish shaving.
This is too much.
What's too much?
This picture.
Well, I guess it's about time for me to get going.
I'm sorry, Mark. I don't know what's come over, Father.
Well, I'll tell you. I was getting a shave at the barber shop downtown, and I picked up this magazine with your picture on the cover.
Me? On a magazine cover? Really? Let me see it.
Well, here.
Barbara Brownfield has been nominated Miss Police Gazette of 1949. Photograph by Mark Elwood.
The curtain falls on the final act of Barbara of Middlesboro. Our star, Barbara Britton, will return for a curtain call after this important message from Wendell Niles.
Attention all Air Reserve and Air National Guard officers. Between now and July 1949, the expanding United States Air Force needs 10,000 of you. All Air Reserve and Air National Guard officers who volunteer now for 3 years of active duty will receive the highest rank they held before they were relieved from extended active duty. You are needed most if you are under 45 years of age and have had experience as a professional, technical, or administrative officer. Vacancies exist in all grades up to and including Lieutenant Colonel. Your Air Force needs you now. Obtain application form number 125 at your nearest Air Force base, recruiting station, Air Reserve, or Air National Guard unit at once, or by writing to the Chief of Staff, United States Air Force. Attention, recall, Washington 25, D.C. Here again at the microphone, our star, Barbara Britton, and our producer.
Well, Miss Barbara Covergirl, come out and take a bow. We're glad to have you back with us again.
It's good to be back, C.P. But let's forget that cover girl business. That was all a case of Mark's personal aggrandizement.
And besides that, he was always trying to promote his own interests.
Mm-hmm. I see what you mean.
But did you notice the parallel between the other Barbara and yourself?
Well, she made the cover of the Gazette. I didn't. I got my screen test in the newsreels, and she didn't.
No, she jumped from class valedictorian to a top-ranking model agency. You hurtled into motion pictures from a float in the Rose Parade, and into stardom without the customary bit part build-up, even if your first screen test came from the parade newsreels.
I was told I should go into pictures, which I believed after discounting it 100%.
But it turned out to be a surefire way to stardom. Well, what's new with you in pictures, and what happened to your column in the Hollywood Nightlife?
Well, nothing about the column, CP. I was just writing that between pictures. And as for the latest picture, well, Cover Up is my current release.
That's the one that co-stars Bill Bendix and Dennis O'Keefe, isn't it?
Yes. And what's new with you, CP? How's that ranch of yours coming?
Great.
And those prize blue ribbon chickens?
Those poultry patricians, I work my fingers to the bone for them. Do you think they appreciate it? Good home, easy life. I only show them 4 or 5 times a year. They're all a bunch of clucks.
They don't help out at all, you know, produce eggs?
Those chickens don't have to do anything. Just stand around all day and look pretty.
Oh, that, CP, I'd better ask you what you're doing to earn their living here in the theater next week.
Next week, Barbara, and ladies and gentlemen, we present Dick Foran in a comedy romance journal of a hometown boy. This is the story of a returning veteran who finds he has won a national prize through the publication of notes made into book form of his hometown reflections. Mere nostalgic jottings made while he was in the Army. There's plenty of fast-moving action here, and I know you'll enjoy the play.
I'm sure your little family will live well for another week, CP, with an interesting play like that on tap. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Barbara. Be sure to join us next week, ladies and gentlemen, when we bring you Dick Foran in Journal of a Hometown Boy. Until then, this is C.P. McGregor saying thanks for listening and cheerio from Hollywood.
Barbara Benton appeared through the courtesy of the Hollywood Coordinating Committee, which arranges for the appearance of all stars in this program. Script was by John Slott and Emil Frank, with music under the direction of Eddie Scrivent. The program is transcribed in Hollywood for release at this time. Wendell Niles speaking.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by short wave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, a family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his good friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And if you ask me, the best way to listen to that story is to do it with a glass of port wine right-handed. Petri California port. No kidding, that Petri port is just swell for any time good friends get together to talk things over. You couldn't ask for a more delicious wine. Why, just looking at the deep, rich red color of that Petri port tells you that here's a wine with a flavor that comes right from the heart of sun-ripened grapes. If you haven't ever tried Petri port, well, why not get a bottle and have a glass after dinner tomorrow night? It's the perfect after-dinner wine, you know. And share that port with your family and your friends. Don't forget, when you serve Petri port, you can serve it proudly. Because, after all, the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wine. And now let's keep our weekly appointment. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Draw up a chair.
Thanks.
It's hot day in August. Baker Street is like an oven. The glare of the sunlight and the brickwork of the house across the street is almost painful to the eye. Our blinds were half drawn, and Holmes lay curled on the sofa, reading and rereading a letter which had just come in by the morning post.
Close the tea. And a breath of air.
How about an outing among the graves of the New Forest, or basking on the shining beach of the South Coast?
Yes, yes, quite terrific, eh, Watson? How about a trip to Croydon?
Croydon? Croydon.
Just at the moment, it's the only place that lure me away from the attractions of London. Moreover, we can combine business with pleasure.
Well, I know to catch him somewhere. Well, what's been happening at Croydon?
Well, it seems that a Miss Susan Cushing, living at Cross Street, Croydon, received a package by yesterday morning's post.
Oh, that's sure news about that, Holmes. Thousands of packages must be delivered daily by
Possibly, Watson, possibly. But not with such gruesome content. I've just received a note from Inspector Lestrade. He asks me to go down and take a look at that package. Sergeant Garrett seems to feel that it's the result of a particularly revolting practical joke. What do you say, Watson? Can you rise to carry to the heat and run down to Croydon?
Can I? I've been wanting something to do.
Good. Well, suppose you ring car boots and tell Mrs. Hudson to order a cab.
Croydon is certainly less oppressive than London, eh, Holmes?
Yes. Nice, tidy street, this. Neat little houses with their whitened stone steps. Ah, that must be Miss Susan Cushing's house up ahead. The one next to the corner. My father to expect us.
Yes, and she is waiting for us on the doorstep at least. I judge that her attitude. She seems to be expecting us.
Yes. Pleasant-faced little woman with large, gentle eyes and graying hair. I wonder who she mixed up in a case like this. Good afternoon. Miss Susan Cushing, I presume?
Oh, yes. And you're Mr. Holmes, I'm sure. Won't you come in, gentlemen?
Thank you, Miss Cushing. May I introduce my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson?
I'm delighted to know you.
Oh, here's mine, madam.
Won't you come into the parlor, gentlemen? Now, please, sit down.
Thank you. Well, Miss Cushing, is there something we can do for you?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I wish you'd take that dreadful box away. Inspector Lestrade insisted on leaving it here until he came. He thought you might want to ask me some questions, but I know nothing whatever about it.
I quite understand, Miss Cushing. I have no doubt that you've been annoyed more than enough already over this business.
Indeed, I have, Mr. Holmes. I'm a quiet woman, and I lead a quiet life. It's got me so I'm afraid to stay in the house alone now.
Yes, I no wonder. I hope you won't consider me impertinent if I live here alone, particularly as you have two sisters.
Why, yes, I have two sisters, Mr. Holmes. Sarah and Mary. But how did you know?
A picture on the mantelpiece. The two young ladies and the young man standing between them. The family resemblance was quite marked.
Oh, of course. That picture was taken at Liverpool just a few days before Jim Browner eloped with Mary. That same picture, Mary's the one on his left. She was the baby of the family.
The other one was Sarah, I take it.
Yes, she was the beauty of Sarah. We all thought it was her that Jim was after. She was pretty crazy about him, too, but I guess she made the better choice. Sarah's disposition wasn't any too easy to live with. I often wondered how he stood having her in the house as long as he did.
But, I thought you said it was Mary that this Mr. Browner married.
So I did, Mr. Holmes. But soon after they were married, Sarah went to live with them in Liverpool, and I have a sneaking suspicion it was Sarah who caused most of the trouble.
I see.
When he first met Mary, he was kind and considerate. Oh, he was crazy about her right enough, but somehow it didn't last. He grew more and more irritable, and whenever he lost his temper, he'd go stark, staring mad. First thing I heard, he quarreled with Sarah and turned her out of the house. Got her meddling, I suspect, and gave her a piece of his mind. Well, after that, she came here to live with me for a bit, but that didn't last long either. She's taken a house at New Street, Wellington. She's not easy to get on with, Mr. Holmes.
I see. And did this Mr. Browner change after your sister Sarah left him and Mary?
That I don't know, Mr. Holmes. You see, Mary stopped writing me when Sarah moved here. I guess Jim wouldn't let her.
Jim was a steward, I gather, from the uniform in that picture.
Oh, yes, that was his trade. He was on the South American line when that picture was taken. And yes, I am telling you all about my family troubles, and it's that dreadful box you've come about.
Yes, so it is. You haven't any suspicion as to who may have sent it?
That I haven't, Mr. Holmes. Unless it was some lodgers I had here last spring. Medical students they were, from Belfast. The box was first off Belfast, you see, and Inspector Lestrade seemed to think it might be them. They were always up to some tricks, but, never anything like this, Mr. Holmes.
I see. Well, suppose you let us have a look at that box, Miss Cushing.
It's out in the back shed, Mr. Holmes. I won't keep it in the house, that I won't. Oh, I wish you'd take it away altogether. This way, gentlemen. You'll pardon me if I don't go with you. I can't bear to look at the nasty things again.
I quite understand, Miss Cushing.
Thank you, gentlemen. Oh, I'd be honored if you and Dr. Watson would stop in for a bit of tea after you've finished.
Oh, we'd be delighted, Miss Cushing. Look here, Holmes. I've seen that final box, and everybody's so upset about it.
Your curiosity, Watson. You'll see soon enough. Come on, down the path. Shed door seems to be unlocked.
That was the box, Holmes.
Yes, let's have a look at it. But strange. Exceedingly interesting. What do you make of this string, Watson?
Well, it's been tarred.
Precisely. A piece of tarred twine. Miss Cushing has had the good judgment to cut the cord, leaving the knot intact. Yes, this knot is of a peculiar character.
Anything so peculiar about it? It's very neatly tied, strong and sturdy.
Tied by a seafaring man, Watson, by a seafaring man. Now for the paper. Brown paper. With a distinct smell of coffee.
I don't smell anything.
My sense of smell and taste is not acute to yours, Watson. I've changed my faculties, while you allow yours to run riot. Mine are sensitive, alert.
Rubbish.
Address printed in straggling characters. Miss S. Cushing, Cross Street, Croydon. Miss S. Cushing. Enlightening, Watson, most enlightening.
Most enlightening?
No, I suppose not. Parcel was sent by a man. The printing was distinctly masculine. Probably a sailor. His education is limited.
Of course, it's perfectly clear. Now, to put it up.
Quite, Watson, quite. Now the box itself. A half-pound tobacco box. Remove the lid, Watson, will you? That's it.
Nothing here but a lot of rough salt, the kind that's used to preserve hides.
Wait a minute. There's something embedded in it. Yes. Look at this, Watson. Look at this.
Heavens, Holmes, it's 2 ears, 2 human ears. How perfectly revolting. And that's what Miss Cushing was so upset about. I can't say that I blame her.
Yes, and I package to send to a respectable spinster lady. You observe, of course, that the ears are not a pair.
Of course, one's a woman's ear pierced for an earring, and the other's a man.
Sunburned, discolored, and also pierced for an earring. The ear of a seafaring man.
I'm sure you don't think that any sailor would cut his own ear and give it to Miss Cushing?
Certainly not, Watson. The ear belongs to one man, the package was sent by another.
But those sailors, what about the star sailors that this, this was a joke perpetrated by the medical student?
Watson, you were once a medical student. If you were going to cut the ears from 2 subjects in the dissecting room and send them to someone as a joke,
I wouldn't think of doing such a thing.
No, of course not. But if you did, I mean, would you preserve them in salt?
Salt? No, that went out ages ago.
I thought so. Moreover, if you notice, the ears have been cut off with a blunt instrument. Too clumsy to be the job of a medical student. This is no practical joke when investigating. It's a particularly gruesome crime.
You mean that 2 people have been murdered?
Yes, it stands to reason they must be dead. Well, I should have heard their story by now. Because it was actually... Miss Cushing is waving to us from her sitting room window. Tea is ready.
I'm sorry, don't forget that tea is afternoon. We're hungry. I must say that I don't understand this case. Why did the murderer send those ears to Miss Cushing? She must have had some strong reason.
Wanted to tell her the deed was done to cause her pain.
Yes, in that case, she must have never sent it. If she knew, why call the police in? Why not bury the ears so that nobody would be any the wiser? Either Miss Cushing knows nothing about it, and therefore can't tell the police, or she knows everything and doesn't want to mention his name.
And to those suppositions, correct?
Yes, but I don't understand that.
Did it occur to you, Watson, that there are 2 Miss S. Cushing, Miss Susan and Miss Sarah? The box was meant for Sarah, but Susan opened it by mistake.
Yes, but...
The gentleman who sent it believed that Sarah was still living with Miss Susan Cushing.
In that case, Sarah must know who the murderer is.
Right. She understands so well that she's had a complete nervous breakdown.
Yes, but I thought that Miss Cushing said that her sister lived in Wellington.
So she did, Watson. So she did.
If you want to find out who the murderer is, why not go to Wellington? Why drag me off to Liverpool like this in the middle of the night?
Because, Watson, I don't need to find out the name of the murderer. I know it. But, furthermore, I'm confident that my conclusions are correct. That I've sent the name of the guilty party to Inspector Lestrade. Unfortunately, he'll not be able to apprehend the criminal until tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, you're talking nonsense. Why, you don't even know who the murdered man and woman are.
And again, Watson, you're rather partly wrong. I know who the woman was.
Who?
Miss Susan Cushing's sister. You saw the feathered female here, Watson, and you saw Miss Cushing's here. There's a marked family resemblance. The same broad curve of the upper lobe, the same convolution of the inner cartilage.
I'm blessed. Look here, if the package was sent to Sarah, This couldn't have been earlier.
Right. Therefore, it must have belonged to the other sister, Mary.
And the man here, who is she?
That's what we've come to Liverpool to find out.
Where can we get our information from at this hour of the night?
Here you are, sir. This is the house. Good. Wait here for us, will you, Garrett?
Oh, sir, Garrett.
This is where we begin our inquiries, Watson. The house of Mr. Jim Browner.
Yes,
I know, Watson, I know. Just let me go over talking with you. Hello? Anybody home?
Who's there?
Two gentlemen with a message for Mrs. Browner.
He's not at home.
Very well, then, I'll speak to Mr. Browner.
He's not at home neither. He's away on his ship.
Well, I must speak to someone. It's a police affair, understand? A matter of life and death.
Oh, Lord Governor. I'll open the door at once. Just you wait there.
How would you tell the girl that Mrs. Browner's been murdered?
Certainly not, you know that. Here she comes.
Step in, gentlemen. Step in. Oh, was that relieved when I saw who you was? I thought maybe I was in, come back again.
Jim? What do you mean?
Jim, the master, Mr. Browner. It sits up you till tomorrow, but after what happened on Tuesday, you never know. And she ain't come back yet neither. The missus, I mean. I wouldn't want to be the one to have to tell him she'd been away from home since last
Yes, I see what
Tuesday.
you mean. Just what did happen on Tuesday?
Tuesday? Why, that was the day the missus went off to New Brighton with that Alex Fairburn. In the master can't abide.
Alex Fairburn. Who's he?
He's a mate on the master service. Swaggering sort of fella. I haven't much use for him, I haven't. Miss Sarah, that's Mr. Browner's sister, the one who used to live with us. But it was Miss Sarah that brought him to the house, because she knew Mr. Browner had no use for him.
Yeah. She did it to irritate Mr. Browner.
Yes, she did. She was funny that way. She could take a good night and get her not sick. But it wasn't till Mr. Fairburn started being sweet to the missus, but she went on his downfed. Finally, he told her, Miss Sarah that is, to keep Mr. Fairburn out of the house, or he'd send her one of his ears for a keepsake.
What was the fellow, wasn't he?
Yes, sir. And he carried on something terrible when he lost his temper. But it wasn't till last Tuesday that I saw how bad he could be. Lord lovers, what a guy that was, to be sure.
And what happened on Tuesday?
Oh, he was terrible. He swore he drew me in. If I dared so much as to breathe it to a soul. But I'd been a thinking it over, I had. And I ain't so sure I oughtn't to tell somebody. That with Mrs. Browner not coming home and all.
Quite right. Suppose you tell us.
Well, it was Tuesday. Mr. Browner had started on his run up to their house that morning. Leastwise, we thought he had. Along about 10 o'clock, I sees that Mr. Fairburn drive up to the door all smiles and a turn of a start. He don't get out of the cab, just sits there and waits. And pretty soon, Mrs. Browner comes sitting down the stairs and says, "You're not going out with that Mr. Fairburn, are you?" "Yes, why not? What can Mr. Browner do if he finds out?" "But he won't find out, Millie. I'm sure there's nothing wrong about this. We're just going down to New Brighton for days. That Mr. Browner and his brother, Mr. Browner. Besides, Sarah is right. A woman with a good of a husband is entitled to a little pleasure now and then. I'll be home by 9 at the latest. Oh, I wish she wouldn't do it. I don't trust that Mr. Fairburn. I don't trust him at all."
Hello, Millie. Didn't expect to see me back again so soon, eh? Mary! Oh, Mary, I'm back. What's wrong, Millie? You look as if I were a ghost.
No, sir. I was just surprised, that's all. I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Is that
the hogs had got loose and opened up one of the plates. Threatened to develop into quite a leak. We had to put back into port. We sail again in 12 hours. Mary! Oh, Mary! Oh, where the deuce is she?
She's gone out, sir.
Marketing?
No, sir. She's gone to New Brighton for the day.
To Brighton? She didn't tell me she was going there. Look here. That wasn't Mary I passed in the street riding in the cab with that swine Fairburn.
Sir, this is...
Oh, so that's it. The young wife gone to Brighton with Alex Fairburn. Thought they could fool me, did they?
I warned her what I'd do if she ever saw him again, and by heaven, I'll do it.
I'm sorry you won't do nothing, I see.
Won't I?
Mr. Vance.
And that's for you, Billy. If you ever so much as tell a soul that I came home today, I'll slit your throat from ear to ear. Yes, brother. You're bound to meet the maid, of course. She docks at 3 o'clock, and you forgotten? We must apprehend Brown before he has a chance to escape. Look, flying around those filthy ducks and spreading sun. No, thank you. I shall stay quietly here and do my perspiring at home. He's kept Brown and murdered his wife. And from his word, a dangerous criminal. You can't let him go barging about. Free to murder other people. The intention of letting him remain at large, Watson, but arresting Brown was a routine piece of business, after all, which is allow Scotland Yard to do something to earn its ridiculous salary. Yes, I sent word around to Inspector Lestrade. I fancy he's down on the docks at this very moment, giving his paws a night's workout. Yes. But even so, I doubt very much that he'll be able to consummate his bit of routine business. Oh, you mean that you think that Brown has escaped? No, Watson. No. Did Mr. Browner escape, Dr. Watson? Yes, Mr. Brother, he did, but not in the way that I anticipated. You see, he committed suicide just before the Mayday reached port. Poor devil. Yes, they found his corpse with a letter beside it in which he confessed to having committed the double murder. It seems that he followed them to New Brighton. It was a hot day, and they rented a rowing boat, thinking it would be cool out on the water. There was a haze, and Browner rented another boat. And when they were out of sight off the shore and surrounded by fog, he overtook them, killed them, cut off their ears, and sent the boat.
I brought you a case of Petri wine, and I suggest that we start on it right now with a glass of port.
What a fellow.
And what a wine. Petri wine. You know, that's really good because the Petri family has been making fine wine since the 1800s. For generations, ever since they started the Petri business, the Petri family has been turning luscious California grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. And during all that time, they've been handing on down from father to son, all their skill and knowledge and experience. The Petri wine you buy today is a result of all that skill and knowledge and experience. That's why you can't go wrong when you choose a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine.
Now, Dr. Watson, how about a tip on next week's adventure? Let me see. Next week, I think I'll tell you how Holmes broke into the house with Mr. Josiah Elmer there. Well, what was he looking for, Dr. Watson? Robins, Mr. Vernon. 2 men robbers. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to a Sherlock Holmes adventure, The Cardboard Box, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The dramatization was by Edith Meiser. Mr. Rathbun appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures. Both are now starring in Universal Pictures' Sherlock Holmes series. Tune in this station each week at the same time for further adventures of Sherlock Holmes, presented by the Petri Wineries of San Francisco. Try Petri wine, and you'll taste the difference, because Petri took time to bring you good wine.
Here is another in NBC's great parade of new shows. Now, Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. You know, I saw something the other day that's as typical of New York as the Empire State Building. I was walking down 2nd Avenue when I spotted some kids around the fire hydrant. They'd turned it on, and the whole gang was splashing around, keeping cool. They'd done something else, too. They'd found a barrel. And I suddenly remembered when I used to play in the gutter with the same kind of barrel. It's open at both ends, and when it's held over the gushing hydrant, it acts like a big hose, and a lot of passing New Yorkers can end up pretty wet. I stopped and watched, and just like always, one of New York's finest showed up and the kids scattered. He turned off the water and the fun was over. Oh, but not for long. Somebody was sure to give the kids a monkey wrench, and 10 minutes after the cop had disappeared, the street would be flooded again. Yeah, kids can have a lot of fun, even in a big city. But it's unfortunate that every once in a while there's a boy who forgets to have fun and heads for trouble. Like a case I got mixed up in not long ago. It all started in a candy store under the L on 9th Avenue.
And it's closing up, boys.
We want to talk to you, Pop.
I told you I was closing up. We'll come back tomorrow and we can talk then.
Eddie said he wanted to talk to you, Pop. You better listen.
Yeah, what is this? You kids get out of my store. You want to buy something, you come back tomorrow.
You ain't been making enough on your number sales. We come to see why not.
Oh, so that's it. First, they threaten to beat me up unless I sell the numbers. Then they get sore because I ain't selling enough and send young hoodlums to see that I do. Well, you go tell your boss that I'm through selling numbers to poor people who think they can get rich quick. You tell your boss if he don't like it, I'm going to the police. Tell your boss that.
Sure, we'll tell him. He wants us to tell you something.
I don't want to hear nothing from you bunch of no-goods. Now you get out of here.
Oh, no, that ain't nice. There's a chin.
No, that ain't nice at all.
I told you to get out. If you don't, I'll call a cop.
You ain't calling anybody, Pop.
Here, what do you do now? You get away. Help, please. No, please, help.
Shut up. Okay, Jim, make him shut up.
Please, I'm an old man.
Yeah, sure you are, Pop, but old guys like you need exercise. Think he's had enough, eh?
Yeah, grab some cigarettes and cigars off the counter.
Yeah, sure. Hey, we better get out of here. Maybe somebody heard him yelling.
Okay, grab me a box of candy, too. I got a date with Nancy tonight.
I'll grab a couple. I got a date, too.
Let's go. Down this alley.
Yeah.
Okay, slow it down. Let's get over to 27th Street. Okay. Come on, Mr. Parrish wants to see us.
Right. Hey, Ed.
Yeah?
You want to see your brother today?
Yeah.
How's he doing?
He's doing all right.
Ain't he scared or nothing? What's the matter, Eddie? Oh, hey, what did I say, huh?
I told you once not to say nothing about my brother.
I was just asking. I didn't say nothing, hey?
You asked if he was scared, didn't you?
Okay.
Well, he ain't scared. He's a big shot. He wasn't scared of the guy knocked off by the cops or nothing else, see? Not even a hot seat.
Hey, that's the cop.
Spotted us. Come on.
Diamond Detective Agency. We filtered the choke on the way to your throat.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Diamond, aren't you ever serious?
Well, Lieutenant Levinson, what's the matter with you? Did someone swipe one of your ulcers?
Now, stop that. I wouldn't call you unless it was something important.
I know. You're losing Sergeant Otis to Barnum and Bailey.
You stop that.
Ringling Brothers?
Don't be ridiculous.
I'm not. What other sideshow could boast a pointed head with a gray suede face?
Diamond, I have an important message for you, so for the sake of my sour stomach, act like a normal human being for 5 minutes.
That's sure to be a strain, but go ahead.
Bill Garrett wants to see you.
Bill Garrett?
Yes. Goes to the electric chair tonight at 8 o'clock, and he wants to see you.
Well, he can't sit in my lap.
Now, look, I don't like the type any more than you do. He's going to die, so why the cracks?
The guy he shot had a wife and 2 kids. Maybe you want me to make cracks about them?
All right, but will you see him? It's his last request.
All right, sure.
I'll call the warden and tell him you'll be up.
You be sure and put in the call. If Otis does it, the warden will get so confused they'll turn Garrett loose and toast me. Well, in my business, you get a lot of screwy ones. But you never know where they'll lead, so if you've got that nervous, got-to-get-in-trouble feeling, you follow it up. I put in a call to my lovely redhead, Helen Asher, and told her I'd be a little late, but to keep the bottle spinning anyway. Then I took off for Sing Sing. Hello, Garrett.
Hello, Simon. I'm glad you got here.
Wouldn't miss it.
Neither would I unless I could help it.
Look, Garrett, I'm busy and you're on a tight schedule. Now, what's on your mind?
Well, it's like this, Rick.
The name's Diamond.
Okay. I know you hate guys like me, but I ain't ashamed of what I've done. That's the way I lived. That's the way I'm going to go out.
If you want someone to listen to you feel sorry for yourself, you'll be along in a few minutes before 8.
Maybe I better forget it. You ain't got no use for nothing.
I got use for everything that doesn't include guys like you. There's no middle with me, Garrett. It's got to be right or wrong.
And right keeps you out of trouble, huh?
Well, not always. But it helps people to live together.
Okay. I guess you know I got a kid brother.
Yeah.
He's going on 17, and it looks like the family's going to have another guy for you to hate.
What do you want me to do?
He thinks I'm a big shot. I want you to convince him I'm not.
Oh? What's he done?
I don't know, but he's just like I was when I was that age. Tough, wise guy. He wants to be just like me.
Oh. Has he been up here to see you?
Yeah, but that don't change his mind. Just makes him madder at the world. I ain't getting soft, see, but he's a great little guy and he's smart. A lot smarter than I was. It's just going to take someone to show him which foot to get off on.
Okay. What's his first name and where can I find him?
His name's Eddie. He's got a club they call the Panthers. You know the kind.
Yeah, with me it was the Brownies.
It's over on 26th Street, and he's got a girl he told me about. Her name's Nancy Hyde. She lives with her aunt over at 37th Street.
Okay, I'll see what happens.
He's tough.
Oh, lots of guys are tough, Garrett. Sometimes if they get a break, they turn out to be so tough they even get to be All-American.
Hey, I'd like that. I'd like to see the kid get to be All-American.
That might be a little difficult, but you never know. Maybe they've got television down there.
The kids are out here, boss.
Okay, tell them to come in.
Okay, Eddie, go on in.
Thanks, muscle man. Hiya, Mr. Parrish.
Hello, Eddie.
We took care of old man Thompson like you said.
Good. You, beat him up bad?
Bad enough.
Yeah, we really raked him over. We got
Shut up, I'll do the talking. What do you think's running this mob anyway?
Okay.
Get a load of that, Bart. We got a big shot.
Yeah.
You run your bunch pretty good, don't you, Eddie?
I run the whole club. The Panthers got 23 members now.
You hear that, Bart? 23 members, and Eddie's the big boss. I like that. I like you, Eddie. You and me and the 23 Panthers is going to go a long way.
Well, that's something I wanted to talk to you about, Mr. Parrish. We're getting awful tired of just beating up guys. We want to start doing something big, like knocking over gas stations or something.
So you want to start doing something big, huh? Like knocking over gas stations, huh?
Yeah.
Well, you got a lot to learn, Eddie.
Well, I've been doing all right, ain't I?
Well, you're going to do a lot better. How would you and the Panthers like to start making some really big cash?
Hey, we'd like that.
Shut up.
Well, what does the boss say?
The boss says great. What do we do?
It's a cinch. Bart, go out in front and see that we ain't disturbed.
Yeah, sure thing, boss.
Bart carries a gun, don't he, Mr. Parrish?
Yeah, Eddie. He carries a big one.
I'm going to carry one someday.
Sure you are. You're going to be a big shot. But you got to learn first. You got to start from the bottom to be a big shot. Now, here's the pitch. You get your gang together and explain that...
We swipe cars, so we swipe cars.
I don't know, Ed. Beating up guys is one thing, but swiping cars is pretty dangerous.
Look, it's a cinch. We go out on the road someplace, and one of us thumbs a ride. When the car stops, we all jump in. Later on, we knock the guy over the skull and take the car.
Oh, stealing cars is a tough rap.
If you get caught, but we don't get caught, see? If we catch a stoop out on the road someplace, it'll take him a long time to get to a phone. We drive the car to Mr. Parrish's warehouse and collect $50. Easy.
I don't know.
You better know. You're in the gang, and that means you're in on it whether you like it or not.
Okay, Ed. You're the boss.
Okay. We pull the first job tonight.
I thought you had a date with Nancy.
Oh, I got a date. I can break it. She does what I tell her.
Yeah, but... Hey, what do you want?
Yeah. This is a private club.
I'm, looking for Eddie Garrett.
Who wants him?
Nobody for a present, but I'm still looking for him.
Well, beat it. You smell like a cop.
You got a good nose. That's pretty close.
Hey, just
Shut up.
We ain't seen Eddie.
Yeah, that's right. We ain't seen him.
Okay, but if you do, tell him I got a message from his brother.
From my... From his brother?
Yeah. Tell him that if you see him.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm Eddie, Garrett.
Good for you. Proud of it?
Oh, you're a wise guy, ain't you?
I'll tell you later. Your brother says he thinks you're in trouble, are you?
Trouble? That's a hot one. What made him think that?
He runs around with it. He says you think you're a big shot.
Maybe I do.
Then you're in trouble, Sonny.
Oh, what are you talking to this guy for, Eddie? He talks crazy. Why don't we throw the bum out?
How are you going to do it? Grow 12 feet?
Oh, you're a pretty wise guy, you are. You wouldn't act so wise on the other end of a shiv.
Shut up, Jim. Come on, get out of here.
What about this wise guy, Ed? You want to be left alone with him?
Yeah.
Okay, but I'd still like to work this wise guy over. Hey, what's the idea? You tripped me. Ed, you see that? That wise guy tripped me.
You're pretty clumsy, Sonny. Now beat it.
No, why
you hate him? Beat it.
You're lucky you didn't pull that knife, Jim. You'd look pretty silly with a broken arm.
Yeah. Okay, wise guy. I'll see you again.
Now tell me what you want, and then you get out of here, too.
Nice clubhouse you got.
It's all right.
It's 6 o'clock.
So it's 6 o'clock.
Doesn't it bother you? 2 more hours and your brother dies.
So what?
So he doesn't want you to end up the same way.
Don't you worry about me, mister.
Your brother's worried about you. He wants me to help you. How about it?
I don't need no help. You're a copper. Guys like you that sent my brother to the chair.
I'm not a cop, Eddie, but I used to be.
You ain't a cop?
No, but if I was just a plumber and I had the chance to put your brother away for a killing, I'd do it.
Yeah, I thought so. You look like the type. You're still a copper and you're no good. Now go on, get out of here. I don't need no help from a lousy copper. I don't need no help from anybody.
Hey, Eddie. Didn't know you was entertaining.
This guy's just going. Come on in, boy.
Let's go, Eddie.
What do you mean, let's go?
I want to talk to you. We'll go up to my place.
I ain't going nowhere with a lousy copper.
Copper?
Yeah, he's been here preaching to me.
Better leave, Flatfoot.
Come on, Eddie.
No, I ain't going nowhere.
You heard what the kid said.
Now, look.
Yeah?
Well. Guns and everything.
Like it? Goes bang, bang.
Hey, wait a minute, boy. I don't want no killing.
Oh, don't worry, Eddie. I'm just going to put the Flatfoot to sleep.
Hey, you slugged him with the gun.
Mr. Parrish wants to see you about tonight.
Huh? Okay. He ain't dead, is he?
No. I just tapped him a little one. Come on.
Tapped me a little one. That was the biggest understatement of the year. He tapped me so little my head felt like it was in sections. I lay there for a while trying to find the piece that did my thinking, and when I started coming out of it, it was like trying to open a beach umbrella in a 90-mile wind. I didn't know how long I'd been lying there, but when I finally opened my eyes, I saw something that made the beating a welcome relief.
Hey, look, Lieutenant. He's with us again.
Oh, no.
Shut up, Otis. Rick, how do you feel?
I wish I was dead.
Oh, now it can't be that bad.
No? Well, you lie down here and look up at Otis. Makes you want to slash your wrist.
Hey, he's riding me again. You're all right. Here, try to sit up.
Without my head?
Oh. Now, who beat you?
A guy named Bart Lippett. He didn't know me, but I recognized him.
Small-time muscle man. Works for Sam Parrish.
A lovely group. Say, how the devil did you find me?
Well, we certainly weren't looking for you. We came down to pick up Bill Garrett's kid brother.
Pick him up? What for? Your job's homicide.
Yeah, he and another kid beat up an old storekeeper last night. The guy's in pretty serious condition.
Oh, no. How serious, Walt?
Well, the doctors say critical, but he does stand a chance. Hey, now, wait a minute. Where are you going?
What time is it?
7 o'clock. Why?
I got an hour to keep a promise. I hope that storekeeper doesn't die. If he does, Sing Sing will be building their electric chairs in tandem.
In just a moment, we will return to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. But first, traffic accidents claim a victim on the average of more than one a minute, all day, every day in the year. The difficulty is that people continue to think of the horror of accidents as always happening to someone else. It never occurs to us that we may be killed dashing out to lunch tomorrow. The National Safety Council reports that in almost every motor vehicle accident, there is one or more violations of the law. Speed, drink, and carelessness being the worst offenders. Every motorist and pedestrian is urged to support actively the safety movement in his own community. Be careful. The life you save may be your own. And now back to Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
law was after Eddie Garrett, and I'd promised his brother that I'd keep him out of trouble. If the storekeeper died, Eddie was sure to get life. But if he lived, and I could make him give himself up, I'd stand a good chance of helping him. I remembered that Garrett had said Eddie had a girl, so I took off to 37th Street in a hurry.
Yes?
Are you Nancy Hyde?
Why?
Well, I'm looking for Eddie.
Oh, well, I haven't seen him.
Huh? You're a little nervous.
Well, no, I'm just a little worried.
About Eddie?
Who are you?
Well, I know his brother. He wanted me to find Eddie.
Oh, his brother. Well, I don't know where Eddie is, and you stay away from him.
You, don't approve of Eddie's brother?
No, and I'm not afraid to say it. Eddie's a good boy, but he worships his big brother, and he thinks he's tough. So you can just go tell his brother that Eddie's not going to turn out like him. Not if I can help it.
Oh, he's not if I can help it either. I am a private detective, Nancy. My name's Diamond.
You said that Eddie's brother wants you to find Eddie.
He does, but he wants to keep Eddie out of trouble as much as you do.
Oh, well, honestly, Mr. Diamond, I don't know where Eddie is. He called me a little while ago and said that he might be able to come over later.
And he didn't say where he was?
No.
Well, if he does come, try to keep him here, and I'll get in touch with you later on.
All right, Mr. Diamond.
I went down the hall and back down the steps in a hurry. When I reached the street, I stopped and waited for a cab to come along. I took out a cigarette, was just about to light it when I spotted a shadow ducking in behind the doorways and making its way up the street toward me. I slipped back in the building and waited.
Hey, what is this?
Take it easy, Eddie.
Oh, the copper. Let me go.
That storekeeper you beat up may die. I'm taking you down to the station.
What?
That's right. He's in a bad way. Now, come on, let's go.
I might have known it. But you said you wanted to help me. That's a laugh.
This is the only way I can help you.
Oh, sure.
Well, if the law picks you up, you won't stand a chance. You may even get shot.
Well, I'll take my chances.
Not tonight, you won't.
Let me go. Let go of my arm.
Now, look, I don't want to hurt you, so stop kicking.
Yeah, this is swell, this is. Everybody wants to help me. My brother's going to chair, and if that old guy dies, I'm going to prison. Please let me go. I just as soon get shot. I ain't got nothing to live for.
Now, take it easy, kid. The old boy might not die, then we can work something out. What was that?
That's Nancy. That's Nancy. Let me go.
Come on. I turned him loose, and we both went up the stairs 3 at a time. We reached the door, and I got that lousy feeling. The screams had stopped, and from the way she was yelling, it would take a lot to shut her up. Like dying.
It's locked. Nancy. Nancy. She don't answer.
Look out.
She ain't here.
Look in the other room.
Nancy. Nancy, honey. She ain't here either. Hey, what's the gun for?
Get out of the window, quick.
What's the matter?
That car driving off down there. You know it?
Oh, why?
Because I saw your girl being pushed in it. I couldn't take a shot because it might have hit her.
They took her down the fire escape.
Yeah. Eddie, who would want to kidnap Nancy?
I don't know.
You're working for Sam Parrish, aren't you?
How did you know that?
I recognized his muscle man just before he put me to sleep.
I ain't saying nothing.
Now, look, you stupid little idiot. Aren't you worried about your girl?
Yeah, sure I'm worried about her. What's that got to do with Mr. Parrish?
Nothing, maybe. But if he heard that the law was looking for you, he might be afraid you'd talk. What were you and your gang doing for Parrish?
I can't tell you.
Okay, then you're on your own. If the girl gets killed, they'll let you cry about it for the rest of your life and sing. I'm through trying to help you, Eddie. You're too far gone. You're no good.
Wait a minute, Mr. Diamond, please. I'll tell you, I don't want Nancy hurt. Please, I don't know what to do.
Well, first, try to take it easy, and then tell me what you were doing for Sam Parrish.
Well, we used to beat up guys that wouldn't sell enough numbers. Mr. Parrish controls a lot of the numbers racket. We were supposed to start swiping cars. He was going to pay us $50 a car.
Oh, call him.
Call him?
Yeah. Here's the phone. But for Pete's sake, don't let on that you know anything's up.
Okay.
I want you to tell him that you've decided to give yourself up.
Okay. If he's got Nancy, I'll kill him.
You just be sure and tell him that you're going to give yourself up. He'll tell you whether he's got Nancy or not.
Yeah.
Mr. Parrish?
Eddie, is that you?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Me and Bart have been looking all over town for you. The cops are after you.
I know. I'm going to give myself up.
You what?
Yeah, it's better this way. They might go easier on me if I do.
Look, kid, you got to stop talking like that. You're going to be a big shot. You can't go turning yourself into the law.
No, I'm going to do it.
You come down here and talk to me first. Where are you?
It's no good, Mr. Parrish. I'm leaving for the station right now.
Eddie?
Yeah?
You ain't going nowhere unless you want to see your girlfriend scooped out of the East River.
You have got her.
Sure, I got her. So you get on down here. Now,
just left her and she don't look so happy. She's with Bart, and you know Bart.
Why, you dirty, no good
Look,
greaseball.
You get out of my office in 20 minutes or I'll call Bart and the little girl dies. Now get down here.
Hello. He's got her, Mr. Diamond. I gotta get down there or he'll kill her.
Where's his office?
He don't have Nancy there. He told me she was with Bart. I gotta go.
You do, and he'll kill you. Then he'll do the same with the girl. You can't take the chance.
What are we gonna do? I only got 20 minutes.
Does Parrish have another office or a hideout?
No. Wait a minute. Yes, he does. Sure, the warehouse. He told me about it this afternoon. We were supposed to take our stolen cars there.
Okay. I'll call Lieutenant Levinson and tell him to meet us there.
You think that's where they got Nancy?
I hope so. 20 minutes isn't much time. I put in a call to Walt and briefed him in a hurry. Then Eddie and I took off to the warehouse. It was at the foot of 14th Street, and by the time we got there, we had only 10 minutes left. The building was as dark as a foggy grave and locked tight. We found a window in the basement and finally jimmied our way in. You all right, Eddie?
Yeah, but I can't see nothing.
Come on. That looks like some stairs.
Maybe we guessed wrong. Hey, what was that?
I don't know, but there was a jockey on it. Come on.
Hey, look. There's a light.
Yeah. A little office in the back. Now, you stay here. There might be some shooting.
If Bart's in there with Nancy, I want in on it.
This is no time to argue. Now, back over against the wall.
Gosh, I bumped into some boxes or something.
Oh, shut up.
Look. It's Bart.
Hold still.
Who's that?
What are we going to do? He's got a gun.
Answer him.
Answer him?
Yeah, quick.
Come on. Who's out there?
It's me, Bart, Eddie.
Huh? What are you doing here? We've been looking all over for you.
I'm on the lam. The cops are after me, so I remembered this place.
Well, ain't that nice? The boss been worrying about you. Come on back, Eddie. Got a friend of yours here.
Go on. I'm going to circle him.
Sure, Bart. I'm coming.
Come on over here where I can see you. Yeah. That's it. Okay, kid. Now hold it right there.
Hey, what's the idea?
Well, the boss is afraid you'll do some talking if the cops pick you up, so I got orders to knock you off. Sorry, kid. You know how it is.
Drop it, Bart.
Hey,
he
wait.
said drop it!
Oh, you learned...
Duck, Eddie!
You got him.
Yeah, thanks for the assist. Let's see if the girl's in the office.
Yeah, they got a gag in her mouth. Nancy. Oh, she's okay. There. Oh, Nancy, honey. Oh.
Here, I'll get those ropes off you.
Man, I'm in some pretty bad trouble, but I swear if I get out of it, I'll go straight.
Oh, you'll be all right, Eddie. I know you will.
Oh, ain't that cozy?
Look out, Eddie.
Hold it right where you are.
Well, things are really getting crowded.
That's Parrish, Mr. Diamond.
I guessed.
You shoot pretty good, Diamond. I saw you get Bart. I guess I'm going to have to pay you back for that.
The law's on its way.
So they find a more.
Eddie.
Don't shoot Nancy, please. Shoot me, but don't shoot Nancy.
Here they come, Parrish.
You seem pretty anxious, mister, so I'll let you have it first.
No, you can't.
Look out, Eddie.
Oh, Eddie.
You slob, Parrish.
Oh, Eddie. Eddie, he's hurt, Mr. Diamond.
Don't Parrish, but his is permanent. Eddie, where you hit?
I think in the stomach.
We'll get you to a hospital quick. You saved my scalp when you jumped in front of me. Thanks.
How about Parrish?
I paid him in full.
What time is it?
8:35, Eddie.
Oh. Funny, I don't feel so bad about my brother now that it's over. He'd probably be sore about me helping a cop. But, you know, I don't mind. Especially when it's a nice guy like you.
Well, Walt busted in. They got Eddie to the hospital. Otis tripped over a pipe and broke his big toe, so they had to throw him in the wagon along with Eddie and his girl. Eddie recovered all right, and so did the storekeeper. He helped beat up. The kids all got 2 years, sentence suspended, because my lovely redhead, Helen Asher, convinced the judge that the boys would become much better citizens if they worked out their 2 years on her farm upstate, milking the cows. Before Eddie left for the farm, Helen had him over to the house, and he brought his girlfriend.
Well, we gotta be going, Mr. Diamond. I gotta catch a train. Thanks for the swell dinner, Miss Asher.
It was my pleasure, Eddie.
It was wonderful. Oh, Mr. Diamond.
Yes, Nancy?
Miss Asher was telling me that you sing.
Oh, Miss Asher is sometimes afflicted with an extreme case of blabitis.
Rick.
Hey, I'd like to hear you sing something before I take off. Would you, Mr. Diamond?
Certainly you would.
Do you want it after I tear out your pretty tongue with the lungs or before, you dear, sweet little girl?
Oh, you mustn't talk that way in front of guests, Rick. They'll think we're married.
Oh, he's not as tough as he sounds. Now, come on, Mr. Diamond, give.
Yeah, I'll give you a hit in the head.
Tell him after Eddie hears me, he may realize that crime does pay. It's on your pretty head.
Just sing. Stop making like a prima donna.
What do you want to hear?
Oh, something romantic.
Oh, bless your little pointed head. You kids go sit on the sofa.
Okay.
Come on.
Where are you now that I need you? Now that I want you so badly, I cry. Where are you? Where did fate lead you? Funny how I dreamed you'd still be standing by.
Pretty one.
I had you at my beck and call. I called you any time at all. I guess I took you too much for granted. I never thought I'd lie, awake and sigh. Where are you now that I need you? Now that I love you so madly, I could die. Oh, how was that, kids?
Rick, look.
Well, how do you like that? They're stealing our stuff. Come on, Eddie, break it up now. You got to catch a train. Eddie. Nancy. Oh, my goodness.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Sheldon Leonard, William Tracy, Mary Shipp, Sidney Miller, and Bill Conrad. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. And now, Dick Powell.
Friends, I want to remind you of the wonderful group of programs NBC has on tap for tomorrow afternoon and evening. Shows like Hollywood Calling, Guy Lombardo, Four-Star Playhouse, The Ethel Merman Show, and the NBC Symphony. For the best in radio listening tomorrow and always, keep your dial turned to your favorite NBC station.
Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King, inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, it's about time you got here. Where were you?
Well, I went to the YWCA girls' place to play softball. And one girl was running to third base. She slipped and fell and landed in my lap, and boy, was I mad.
Why?
The umpire made me put her back in the game.
Was she a pretty girl?
Oh, pretty. Yeah, but she was gorgeous. I made a date with her after the game, and brother, did she send me.
She did?
Yeah, but when I got back, she wasn't there.
Costello, why do you keep annoying every girl that you meet? Who do you think you are, Casanova?
Who do I think of who?
Who do you think you are? Casanova?
Casanova?
Huh.
I may not be Casanova, but people say that I'm as good looking as Van Johnson.
Who says that?
How do I know? Do you think I go around eavesdropping?
Well, if she's such a pretty girl, why didn't you propose to her and marry her?
I can't marry her. I don't know anything about her.
What difference does that make? In Africa, a man doesn't even know his wife until after he marries her.
What do you mean in Africa?
You dope. You don't even know what marriage is.
Yes, I do. Marriage is a friendship that got out of control.
Costello, you shouldn't have any trouble Lou, you shouldn't have any trouble getting married. Do you know that out here in Hollywood, there are 2 girls for every man?
2 girls for every man? Are you sure?
Certainly.
Then some dirty sneakers got 4.
Costello, it's no use. You'll never get a girl until you settle down and become a man of regular habits.
I am a man of regular habits.
Then how come you were out until 4 o'clock this morning with that redhead that lives next door?
That's one of my regular habits.
Costello, I can't understand how girls go out with you in the first place.
Habit is my terrific magnetism.
You've got magnetism?
Yes, last week I picked up 2 blondes, a redhead, a brunette, and a rusty nail.
Why don't you be like me, Costello? I've got away with women.
You haven't got away with many lately.
Is that so? I happen to be the reason that women leave home.
Yes. The day you were born, your mother took one look at you, and she hasn't been back since.
Get him out!
Ah, yes, the boys are on the beam tonight. And they'll be back on it in just about 1 minute. But first, let's hear this.
Costello, will you stop that walking up and down? What's the matter with you? What are you worried about?
Last night, my Uncle Mike was robbed while he was asleep.
Oh, now, wait a minute. How could your Uncle Mike be robbed? He's got all his money sewed up in his long underwear.
Oh, yes. Well, it was a hot night, and he left the back door of the bank open.
Don't tell him, lady.
All right. That's no reason why you should worry.
No?
No.
Well, when I get on the next page, I'll find out why not.
Well, find out.
Oh, no, huh? Well, I got plenty of reasons. Saturday night, they arrested my Uncle Jim Kelly. He broke into a grocery store and he stole $390.
Well, why did he do it?
The poor guy was hungry.
Well, if he was hungry, why didn't he steal all the money, Lou? Why didn't he steal some groceries or something?
He's a proud man, Abbott. He likes to pay for everything he gets. And besides, he needs the money to buy a new car.
Oh, wait a minute. He'd be better off without a car. Costello, it's very dangerous driving in California.
You're telling me? In Los Angeles, you have to drive for 5 people. The one in front of you, the one in back of you, and the ones on each side of you.
Oh, wait a minute. That's only 4 cars. Where's the 5th?
She'll pull out in front of you any minute. Well, Abbott, I gotta leave now. I got a new job with my brother Pat in the trucking business.
Has he got his own truck?
Yeah, you should see it, Abbott. It's 1 inch wide and a block long.
A truck 1 inch wide and a block long?
Mm-hmm.
What does he deliver in it?
Spaghetti. He's going to buy a round truck.
A round truck? What for?
Meatballs.
Be awesome. Oh, Sam. Is your brother Pat making any money in the trucking business, Lou?
Oh, yes. He did so good last week that he bought his wife one of those new electric blankets. Saves her a lot of time around the house.
Now, wait a minute. How can an electric blanket help her with the work around the house?
Well, she takes the eggs and the bacon to bed with her. And when she gets up in the morning, breakfast is ready. That electric blanket is making her very popular, too.
What do you mean?
Last night, she turned it on too high, and now...
Yes?
She's the toast of the town.
Oh, Mr. Costello, I've got to talk to you. I've got a great idea.
Wait a minute, mister. What's the idea of breaking in here like this?
Well, I've got an idea that will make you two the most popular comedy team in radio.
What is it?
I'll stamp your name underneath every cow in the country.
Wait a minute. How will that make us popular?
Well, at least you'll have all the farmers pulling for you.
Hello, boys.
Well, it's Susan Miller.
Susan, I'm certainly glad you showed up tonight because I'm going to sing a duel with you.
Costello. You mean a duet. A duel is where somebody gets hurt.
You never sang with me, did you?
Now, when did you become a singer, Costello?
Well, I don't like to brag, but would you believe that I taught Bing Crosby how to sing?
No, I wouldn't.
You're right, but once in a while I catch a sucker.
Costello, you don't know the first thing about music.
Well, I'll have you know what I studied music. I went to a singing school. I used to study until I was blue in the face, and then the teacher presented me with a medal.
For being the best singer in the class?
No, for having the bluest face.
Well, I've got to go now, boys. I'm going swimming down at the beach. I bought one of those new French bathing suits. It comes equipped with a shoehorn and a hacksaw.
Why did they give you a shoehorn and a hacksaw with a bathing suit?
Well, the shoehorn gets me into the bathing suit. And after I wear it, I'll need the hacksaw to get me out of jail. So long, Costello.
You know, there goes a nice kid, Abbott. The only thing is she's money mad.
Money mad?
Yeah, she's mad because I ain't got no money.
So what? Remember, Costello, money isn't everything. You know, you can't take it with you.
It's nice to have it here so you can say goodbye to it.
You know, my family's always had money. In fact, my Uncle Rudolph was one of the first gold miners in California. One day when he was in the mine digging for gold, he was killed by a falling spade.
A falling spade killed my Uncle Tom.
Was he a gold miner?
No, he was killed by the ace of spades that fell out of his sleeve in a poker game.
Well, Costello, you'll never have to worry about money as long as I got it. We're pals. Share and share alike.
Well, I feel the same way about you, Abbott.
That's swell. You mean you'd share everything you have with me? If you had 2 cars, you'd give me one?
Sure.
If you had 2 houses, you'd give one of them to me?
I certainly would.
And if you had 2 department stores, you'd give me one?
Yes, sir. We're pals. Share and share alike.
Swell. If you had $2, would you give me one?
No.
Why?
Because I've got $2.
Well, that's the way you feel, eh? I thought I was your pal. Are you trying to tell me that money means more to you than I do?
I didn't say that, Abbott.
Well, does it?
Yes.
That settles it, Costello. I'm going on my vacation to New Jersey, and I'm not taking you with me.
Who wants to go to New Jersey now? When we were there last summer, the mosquitoes were so big they were carrying baseball bats. I woke up in the middle of the night, and 2 of them were sitting on my stomach holding a conversation.
Oh, now, don't be silly. Mosquitoes can't talk.
Don't tell me. These 2 were certainly chewing the fat.
You idiot. The only mosquitoes that bite are female mosquitoes.
Well, the one that nipped me when I was bending over to tie my shoe was no lady. The night your Uncle Roy got drunk, the mosquitoes were biting him all night, and it kept me awake.
Well, if they were biting him, why did it keep you awake?
Well, they'd bite him and then come over and sit on my bed and hiccup.
Well, Costello, on second thought, I don't think I'll go to New Jersey either. I need a complete rest where nobody will bother me, where the name Bud Abbott means nothing.
Oh, you're staying in town, eh?
Never mind that. Where are you going?
Well, I think I'll go to Honolulu. Last time I was there, I met a beautiful native girl. She was gorgeous, and what a figure. All day, she'd walk around carrying a big basket on her head. Then at night, she'd sneak off, and she'd meet me. Ah, brother, she taught me plenty.
She did?
Yes. You should see me carry a basket on my head.
Never mind that. Have you been getting plenty of rest?
No. And I've been having a lot of trouble going to sleep. Last night I didn't fall asleep till 11 o'clock.
What time did you go to bed?
5 minutes to 11.
Costello, you need to... Costello, you need a vacation. You've got to stop running around with girls. It's affecting your brain.
I think you're right, Abbott.
I know it.
Last night I had a date to pick up a girl at Hollywood and Vine. I drove down to Hollywood and Vine. Then I went to dinner, and all during dinner I felt as if I'd forgotten something. Then to a movie, and all through the movie I felt as though I'd forgotten something. Then I drove to Griffith Park, and I started to neck, and I still felt as if I'd forgotten something. Then I went home, and I remembered what I forgot.
What was it?
I forgot to pick up the girl. And each week at this time, the Abbott and Costello Show presents our feature singer, and here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Hal Winters with Matty Malnick and his orchestra.
Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that the ache in my heart is for you. Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that from now on I'll always be true. I went away, but I didn't mean to stay, and I will regret it until my dying day. Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that the ache in my heart is for you. I went away, but I didn't mean to stay, and I will regret it until my dying day. Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that the ache in my heart is for you.
Well, Costello, we're going to do a murder mystery. We'll need a leading lady. Now, how about that blonde actress you're so crazy about?
I ain't going with her anymore, Abbott. We had an argument about mustaches. She likes them and I don't.
You mean she wanted you to grow a mustache?
No, I wanted her to shave hers off.
I thought she was rather pretty. She has such pearly white teeth.
Yes, and when we broke up, I asked her for a picture of her face so I could remember her lovely teeth.
Well, did she give you the picture?
She didn't have a picture, so she gave me the teeth.
Well, we've got to have a leading lady. Now, wait a minute. How about that little brunette actress?
No, I'm mad at her, too. We had a date at Hollywood and Vine last week, and she stood me up.
Did you tell her off?
I'll say I did. I said, how dare you stand me up at Hollywood and Vine? And she said she was sorry, and now we have an understanding.
You have?
Mm-hmm. Now she's going to stand me up at Sunset and Vine.
Costello, I think this idea for doing detective stories is going to be a flop. You know nothing about detectives.
Well, my whole family were detectives, Abbott. My Uncle Tom was smart as a whip, but they threw him off the force.
Why?
They found out there weren't very many smart whips.
I don't believe that. Why did Tom really get thrown off the force?
Well, if you must know, he was taking bribes. He used to put the money in his shoes, and the chief found it out.
If he put the money in his shoes, how did the chief find out?
He got 18 inches taller the first week.
Who else in your family were detectives?
Well, my twin uncles, Gus and Billy. They joined the force on the same day. Billy's first assignment was to find a gorgeous secretary who had stolen $1 million from her boss.
What was Gus's first assignment?
To find Billy.
Were any of the other Costello's detectives?
Yes. Two of my cousins, Bert and Harry. They were working on a case at the racetrack. They had to find a gang that was doping horses.
A difficult case?
Oh, very difficult.
Difficult, eh?
Yeah, very difficult. Bert and Harry disguised themselves as a horse and slept in the stables. One night a guy came along and jabbed them full of dope.
What did they do?
What could they do? They came in third and paid $280.
Well, never mind that. What is your Sam Shovel story for tonight?
It's one of my most famous cases. I call it the case of the boy named Tony, whose mother kept him locked in a closet, or Tony's home permanent.
Sounds interesting. Well, let's get on with the case.
And now, we present the adventures of Sam Shovel, Master Detective. Brought to you by Army Surplus Sales. And here is today's radio special. Something no housewife should be without. Yes, today you can buy Fort Dix. So, rush over to Army Surplus Sales and buy Fort Dix. Bring it home and surprise the little woman. And remember, when you buy, insist on the genuine Fort Dix. Do not accept March Field. And now for the adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yes? I'm Sam Shovel, private detective. I'm sitting in my little office down by the waterfront all by myself, playing gin rummy the hard way. The hard way. Without cards. I've been playing for 2 hours, and I owe myself $900. And I'm worried. I know I'm not good for it. Being a private detective isn't a bad racket. I remember the first day I opened this detective office. I threw a party. What a party. I bought a carton of beer, and as I was carrying it up the stairs, I tripped. All the bottles were broken. Beer was leaking all over me. Everybody cheered and congratulated me. I had broken my first case. As I'm sitting here now, I feel something creeping up behind me. It's Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicides Bureau. The man who single-handed caught Babyface Nelson, Babyface Cooper, and Babyface Brown, which wasn't too difficult considering they were all babies. Detective Abbott speaks.
Hello, Sam Shovel. My, it's dark in here. Why don't you pull up the shades?
Okay, I will.
Sam, it's still dark in here.
I know. I don't have any windows.
Just look at your office. An old herring barrel for a chair, a soapbox for a desk, a rug made out of old newspapers.
Yes? You may not believe this. Lieutenant, 5 years ago I started out with nothing.
Look out! Look out!
Look.
I scared ya!
Look.
You got another fire. You got another one. Look out! Look out!
Hey, look. Somebody made a bullet hole in the ceiling.
Just missed killing me.
How could a bullet shot at the ceiling hurt you?
If I happened to be sitting on a chandelier, I would have been killed.
Shovel, what made you go into this dangerous business?
The prizes.
There's prizes in the detective business?
Sure. If I'm lucky, I may get to be Ellery Queen for a day.
They're awake.
What was that? Oh, just the backfire of an automobile. What was that?
That must be one of the tires yelling for help.
That sound came from the building next door. Who occupies it?
The Universal International Overseas Interstate Trucking Company.
Where do they ship to?
Glendale.
We'd better go next door and investigate. It may be the killer.
Wait till I get my weapons. My gun, my blackjack, and today's newspaper.
Today's newspaper is a weapon?
If I mess with the gun and the blackjack, I'll show him the headlines in the paper and he'll worry himself to death. Let's go.
Help! Hey, look. There's a man on the floor. He's in trouble.
What happened, mister?
Oh, I've been stabbed. They put a bullet in my shoulder, a dagger in my back, and all my ribs are broken. Oh.
Does it hurt?
Only when I...
Does it hurt, mister?
Only when I laugh.
Come, man. Tell us who stabbed you.
It was...
This man is dead. We've got to find out who the killer is.
I know. I'll ask Herman the stool pigeon. He'll sell us the information.
What makes you so sure he will?
For money, Herman would sell his own grandmother.
How do you know?
I've bought her 3 times already. Well, I left Lieutenant Abbott and went looking for Herman the stool pigeon. Then made a trip to the Los Angeles waterfront, the toughest part of town. What a tough neighborhood. The only place in Los Angeles where the pedestrians knock the cars down. I was scared, plenty scared. My throat was so dry I could feel the seeds in my Adam's apple. I drew my trusty revolver. I didn't know whether to put it in my holster or in my pocket. When I decided to check if the gun was loaded, I held it against my head and pulled the trigger. Putting the gun in the hole in my head, I started for the docks. Suddenly I heard a voice. What are you like that for?
Sam.
What?
It's me, Detective Abbott.
It's dark. I can't see you.
I'm here on the wharf.
On the what?
Wharf.
I can't hear a word you're saying. There's a dog barking someplace. I looked up. Waterfront Lil was standing beside me. She was more beautiful than ever. She spoke.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, Miss Waterfront.
Call me Lil, you gorgeous hunk of man.
Okay, Lil, you gorgeous hunk of man.
Never mind the romance with Sam. You've got to find out if she's a smuggler.
Okay.
Be subtle. Don't let her know you're after information. Okay, take it easy. All right. Okay.
Lil, are you a smuggler?
Sam, I'll tell you if you promise not to turn me over to the police. Now promise you won't turn me over.
Why should I turn you over? You can't look any better on the other side.
Well, Lil, I got you at last. I'm taking you in.
Oh, no, you're not. You'll never take me alive.
Quick, Sam, put the handcuffs on her.
She got me. I'm shot.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Quick, Lieutenant, call an ambulance. We'll take Sam to the hospital.
No, not the ambulance.
Sam, don't you want to go to the hospital?
Yes, but I ain't riding in no ambulance through that Los Angeles traffic. A man can get killed that way. I'll walk.
Quick, get him out of here.
Keep the house lights down, boys. We'll have a curtain call by Abbott and Costello after a final reminder on this subject.
Well, Costello, you certainly gave a brilliant performance as Sam Shovel tonight.
Thank you, Bud Abbott.
You were full of pep. Yes, sir, you certainly were effervescent tonight.
Did you ever see me when I ever fussn't? Ever fussn't. Now I know what happened to Baron Munchausen's riders. We've got them.
Riding staff is headed by Eddie Foreman, with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello.
And our producer is Charles Vander.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.